Professor Stefano, bom dia.
Bom dia, Fabrício.
Tudo bem?
Tudo tranquilo.
Muito bom. Estamos aqui com os colegas da Rússia. E professor Yuri, Caterina, todos são lá da Universidade da Amizade dos Povos na Rússia. O senhor esteve lá, né, há um tempo atrás.
Tive o prazer de conhecê-los.
Isso. E para nós é um grande prazer tê-lo aqui nesse nosso evento de hoje, professor. E amanhã nós participaremos também do evento deles, que vai ser sediado por eles e vai ser transmitido também aqui pelo nosso Zoom. E será um grande prazer. Então, nós temos esse dia duplo, né? Começando hoje e finalizando amanhã com essas discussões da Rússia e América Latina. Então, para dar início, nós gostaríamos de convidar o professor, magnífico reitor do Centro Universitário do Sul de Minas, doutor honoris causa, professor Stefano Gazola, para abrir, então, o nosso evento com a Universidade da Amizade dos Povos da Rússia.
Gostaria de começar cumprimentando o doutor Yuri Mozakin, que é o decano da Faculdade de Economia, e qual o seu nome eu vou cumprimentar a todos os docentes, demais autoridades aqui presentes. Quero agradecer também ao Mário de Martino, RI da Universidade, que nos proporciona sempre essas ligações. Gostaria de mandar um grande abraço ao reitor da RUDN, que é uma grande universidade, do qual eu tive o grande prazer de conhecer. É muito importante simpósios como esse, discussões como essa, principalmente entre América Latina e Rússia, porque eu sempre digo o seguinte: a colaboração entre os povos passa a ser cada dia mais vital para o nosso processo de desenvolvimento. Acredito que todos nós que passamos por uma pandemia agora, todos nós que nos deparamos, além da nossa fragilidade, nos deparamos também com este repensar, essa disrupção que todos tivemos que fazer de tudo aquilo que já fazíamos, nos traz realmente momentos de grande reflexão. Há cerca de 7 anos atrás, nós aqui do Unis, nós queríamos muito internacionalizar, levar o Unis para o mundo, como receber também aqui no Unis pessoas de todo o mundo. E acabamos criando uma associação de universidades que hoje está em toda a América Latina, né? Como aqui no Brasil também está muito forte, e na Europa com alguns países. E o que nós aprendemos neste tempo de anos, né, que estamos trabalhando juntos? É que não existe língua, não existe cultura, não existe má vontade que possa nos separar. Porque aqueles que acreditam no conhecimento, aqueles que acreditam em parcerias, aqueles que acreditam que podemos trabalhar conjuntamente em prol do desenvolvimento da humanidade, para essas pessoas não existem fronteiras.
For those people, there are no boundaries at all exist for them. And today, we are witnessing this will.
Buscando caminhos, trazendo ideias, discutindo pesquisas que vão ajudar não só ao desenvolvimento da Rússia, como também ao desenvolvimento de toda a América Latina. Isso é muito importante. Eu sempre digo que nos dias de hoje, nós precisamos olhar a educação, nós precisamos olhar a pesquisa de uma forma muito diferente. quando nós estamos olhando a América Latina toda, estamos olhando em outros lugares do mundo, nós estamos vendo que as universidades vão perdendo, às vezes, a força, vão perdendo a sua relevância, porque muitas vezes nós não conseguimos acompanhar o desenvolvimento tanto das empresas como também desta nova geração que a cada dia vai chegando, e ela vai chegando com uma gama de informações que muitas vezes faltou para a nossa formação, né? Aqui no Brasil a gente tem falado muito isso, que nós precisamos romper com esse padrão, né, de termos uma universidade do século XIX com professores do século XX e alunos do século XXI. Nós precisamos alinhar isso. Nós precisamos alinhar essas questões. Precisamos ter a humildade de aprender e perceber que o mundo mudou, que o mercado de trabalho mudou. E nós, universidade, também precisamos mudar a cada dia. Por quê? Porque nós temos um papel, e um papel muito claro, numa questão da educação do ser humano, mas também numa questão de auxiliar o processo evolutivo do conhecimento das nossas sociedades e, por que não, do mundo. Então, eu fico muito feliz quando nós estamos podendo ter esta grande oportunidade de estarmos todos discutindo, estarmos todos buscando caminho, estarmos todos nos colocando à disposição e compartilhando conhecimentos. Acredito, sim, que este encontro não ficará só nele. Como eu tive a grande oportunidade, a grande honra de conhecer esta universidade, a RUDN, eu pude ver a seriedade do seu trabalho. Eu pude ver a grandeza das suas ideias. Eu pude perceber o compromisso com a sociedade e com o desenvolvimento dos povos que ela tem. Então, é com uma grande honra que o Unis hoje faz parte desta discussão que nós estamos discutindo, América Latina e a Rússia. Aproveito aqui também para dizer que seria muito importante se a Rússia pudesse se associar, se a Rússia pudesse estar presente também nesta associação que nós crescemos, que nós criamos há 7 anos atrás, que é a ACINET. Hoje nós temos países de toda a América Latina, temos Portugal, temos Espanha, e estamos cada vez mais expandindo os horizontes para que a gente possa sempre, não só na mobilidade acadêmica, mas também na pesquisa, no entrosamento entre os nossos docentes, estarmos cada vez mais evoluindo. Já temos alguns trabalhos aqui, o nosso RI, hoje mais tarde estará palestrando também, e pode dizer que nós já estamos fazendo alguns trabalhos com a Rússia, como, de repente, disciplinas do qual alunos da Rússia, alunos do Brasil e de outras partes do mundo estão numa mesma sala, trabalhando ideias, trabalhando conceitos e se conhecendo. Eu sou uma das pessoas que acredito muito que nós precisamos, acima de tudo, acima do desenvolvimento, acima do conhecimento, estarmos cada dia mais buscando a harmonia entre os povos. Isso só vai acontecer se nós nos conhecermos cada vez mais, acreditarmos cada vez mais, fazermos das nossas diferenças alianças estratégicas para que a gente possa crescer juntos. Então, eu espero que este dia de hoje e de amanhã seja um dia muito proveitoso, seja um dia muito rico de ideias para que os nossos alunos, professores, universidades, como também para que os nossos povos possam sair cada vez mais fortalecidos de discussão como essa. Espero que seja um grande congresso e agradeço muito o convite para poder estar aqui.
Obrigado, professor Stefano, pelas palavras e mais uma vez, né?
Thank you very much, Professor Stefano Barragazzola, Rector of Unis Group. Before giving the floor to the Dean of the Faculty of Economics of RUDN University, Yuri Nikitevich Masekin, to continue the opening of this online conference, changes in socio-economic situation to Latin America countries in the context of the relations of the Russian Federation. I would like just to say an important aspect for our attendees. We have simultaneous translation, so you are kindly invited also to switch on the language you would like to listen.
E se vocês quiserem mudar a língua, por favor, vocês podem fazê-lo. E agora, eu gostaria de dar a palavra para o professor Masekin, que é a coordenador acadêmico dos projetos entre a Rússia e o Brasil. O professor Masekin, a palavra é de você.
Obrigado a todos os nossos colegas do Brasil por organização da conferência, realizada no âmbito do projeto do Ministério da Educação e Ciência da Federação Russa sobre a cooperação científica e técnica e industrial da Rússia com os países da América Latina. Além disso, eu quero dizer que desde o dia 11 de novembro, os nossos colegas do Brasil já tomam parte do nosso corpo docente da Universidade Russa, da Amizade dos Povos, porque foi dado a ordem de reitor e desde essa data já estamos num equipo científico da nossa universidade. A continuação, vou falar no russo porque já temos tradução, quer no russo, quer no inglês. Еще раз спасибо за...
Muito obrigado uma vez mais pela oportunidade de participar nessa conferência. Eu vou lançar agora a apresentação e vou compartilhar minha tela. Mário, eu tenho desligado a demonstração da tela. Se vocês puderem me conectar, essa função.
Há possibilidade de permitir-me mostrar a minha pantalla?
A opção de share screen, professor.
Yeah.
Yes, now it works. Thank you.
Já está. Спасибо еще раз.
Muito obrigado. Os colegas, antes de começar a falar sobre as coisas concretas que têm a ver com diferentes áreas da cooperação científica e tecnológica, gostaria de começar pelos aspectos teóricos gerais do desenvolvimento dos eventos no contexto do desenvolvimento da cooperação científica e tecnológica dos países que participam desse projeto. Claro que vamos nos enfocar nos países dos BRICS. E o Brasil é, como vocês sabem, um membro íntegro desse processo. Então, a gente vai falar sobre a base, a plataforma e as os enfoques e as metas dessa cooperação. Mas, sobretudo, gostaria de dizer o seguinte: hoje se fala muito sobre a diplomacia científica. Esse termo, esse fenômeno, pode ser analisado, observado desde várias perspectivas. Primeiro é a ciência na diplomacia, quando os científicos negociam, eles se basam no seu conhecimento científico. O segundo, o que faz a diplomacia pela ciência? É outro aspecto, quando os diplomatas, pela sua atividade, criam as condições para a cooperação científica dos distintos países. Mas tem um terceiro aspecto, a ciência na diplomacia, quando os científicos, pelas suas pesquisas e os projetos em conjunto, criam as plataformas para o futuro, a futura cooperação política e diplomática, criando o ambiente para a cooperação entre os países, não somente no âmbito científico, mas também nos âmbitos cultural, político e em todos os aspectos da cooperação. Porém, a base para essa cooperação é sempre um modelo concreto, escolhido pelos países concretos para se apresentar na tabuleiro internacional. Já preparamos o projeto para a Federação Russa, o projeto de lei da cooperação internacional científica e tecnológica, estudando diferentes modelos da cooperação e da interação entre os países. Vou citar só alguns desses modelos. Existe o modelo dos negócios, quando a entrada na arena internacional com os avanços científicos tem uma meta bem utilitária para gerar o lucro para o país. O Canadá pode ser um bom exemplo desse modelo. Outro modelo é o modelo científico educativo. Aqui o exemplo pode ser a Suíça. Se nós observarmos a Suíça como exemplo, o que faz a Suíça é criar uma rede das instituições científicas públicas e universitárias, públicas e privadas. Esse modelo, eu acho, é o modelo mais próximo para descobrir e descrever a interação entre a Rússia e a América Latina. E nós propusemos esse modelo para basear sobre ela o projeto da cooperação internacional, a lei da cooperação científica internacional. Claro que quando entramos nos mercados dos países, dos terceiros países, podemos nos enfrentar com os riscos. Mas
the benefit of such entering the markets and of proposing the scientific and technological cooperation is still very high, still very beneficial on a number of criteria. I will refer to the advisor on science and technology here, and even of the United States. And even though we not always are in agreement with our American partners, but the words of the scholar who was an advisor to the president could be used as an example of assessment of such type of cooperation. First of all, science and technology are developing in the entire world, and the cooperation in this field could always give a result for developing own countries' science and technology. Second, an expedited achievement of the results set of the results of the joint research could give an expedited effect in the social domain. For instance, the pandemic, joint development of the vaccines and joint developments of by scholars of different countries could give a better, higher momentum to the result that would be beneficial and interesting to all countries, rather than the current situation when every country by itself seeks to develop this vaccine and then discusses the problems of mutual acknowledgement of vaccines. If that process was set on an international basis, based on the cooperation of scholars and scientists from different countries, we would achieve a much greater result from this cooperation. And third, President Obama's advisor, John Hooper, points out that even when countries cooperate, and those countries belong to different levels of scientific and technological cooperation, then the more advanced countries would have new markets, while the less developed country will be, it will also be beneficial in terms of science and technologies. So there are advantages on every side, advantages of such cooperation. But as I said previously, there are risks could also take place in such cooperation. And we analyzed this situation and singled out several groups of risks. Other risks that are inherent in any scientific cooperation. First of all, there is a risk, for instance, not to achieve or to fail on delivering on the results that due to different circumstances, or the domain of research has not been identified properly, or the tools have been wrongly chosen, or there's a lack of funding, poor financing. And those risks exist in every scholarly or scientific research. The second group of risks is the other risks that emerge during the process of organizing the research itself. When we have several partners in the country, and we can have industrial or scientific partners, financial partners. There is a serious coordination among them has some difficulties, and here the risks of not achieving the result sought is present. And the third group of risks is inherent in our international scientific and technological cooperation. This group of risks include all the previous risks, because there could be a problem of the subject matter of research, and partners, and also there could be problem where, as is often the case on the international arena, problem connected with political ambitions, interests, goals, and so on. So to minimize those risks, all the partners and participants of scientific and technological cooperation, of international scientific and technological cooperation, should act on the basis of legitimate legal platforms based on legislation, based on laws. And we, back at our time, analyzed the legislature of many countries. First of all, BRICS countries, developing countries, and developed countries. In terms of analyzing if there is a legal framework of such cooperation. And we singled out three groups of countries that you can see on the slide, where to a certain extent we could see elements that regulate scientific and technological cooperation. The first group of countries is the so-called they have a so-called strategic document on scientific and technological cooperation. This document is specifically dedicated to this type of interaction on international markets. This is Germany, countries are Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Norway, and the USA. The second group is the countries that do not have a single document, but instead have documents that legitimize regional cooperation within a single region. For instance, for some European Council countries, there is a legislature, there are laws that regulate their interaction with each other, but it does not exist on a more global arena. By the way, Brazil has laws, such legislation, that actually falls within this category, because Brazil has a document that regulates cooperation with with particular partners on the internet. Not in general, not with all the partners, but the strategy of partnership, but it regulates cooperation within a certain domain. For instance, with European countries. And the third group of countries is other countries which do not have those regulated documents, international scientific and technological cooperation, and there are no documents that regulate a more global cooperation, but there are elements or sections devoted to this issue within the national strategies of development. So there is a general concept of development for a country, maybe a concept for scientific and technological cooperation, and within that strategy there are elements that regulate the cooperation on international arena. As I have already said, we have put an emphasis and analysis on the BRICS countries. And I have already mentioned that in Brazil, the document that regulates the international scientific and technological cooperation and that guides the strategy does not exist, but instead there is a document. There are documents that form the basis for cooperation of particular regions and particular markets. China also does not have a single strategic document that regulates the policy of the country. Specific regulations are formed in many documents. India, international scientific and technological cooperation is not guided by a specialized document, but instead there is an imprint initiative that is targeted to achieve inclusive economic growth using international scientific and technological cooperation. It is envisaged that the international scientific and technological cooperation will enable give a framework for cooperation, but it is not in place yet. If we speak about Russia, then we do not have such a document now, a document that would specifically be dedicated to international scientific and technological cooperation. But as I've already reminded you that we took part in developing the draft law on international cooperation in the previous times, and such a document was prepared and was in fact adopted by the government of the Russian Federation. And now we have such a document that gives us this framework for development, for cooperation, and within the framework of BRICS, within the framework of our joint group of countries, the strategy of scientific and technological cooperation was adopted back in 2015 in Brazil. The colleagues might remember that at the BRICS summit in 2015 signed the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Science, Technology, and Innovation. And the development of this document, also back in 2015, for the development of this document, the framework on scientific, technological, and innovation cooperation was signed. In line with that document, every country, Brazil, India, China, Russia, and South Africa, created in their countries working groups that regulate their own spheres of cooperation. For instance, Russian Federation has 13 such working groups that within this program cooperate with similar groups from other BRICS member countries. For instance, there is an astronomy working group, a biotechnology working group, material science working group, oceanology, ocean studies working group, and there is also a working group on the development of entrepreneurship and innovation partnership. The official name is BRICS Working Group on Science, Technology, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Partnership. And I, as a representative of RUDN University, is a co-chair of this group in Russia. And the second co-chair is a representative of the Mrs. University. And we, as ordered by the Ministry of Science and of the Russian Federation, organize the work of this group on the territory of Russian Federation. Back in 2020, Russia Federation was chair of was presiding in the BRICS group, and we acted on the side on the margins and on the premises of the Russian of the RUDN University and Mrs. University. We hosted a working meeting, a working group meeting. India is the new president, is the new chair in 2021. But what we get, what kind of progress we can see from such cooperation is that we at the most recent sessions of our working group discuss the creation of the so-called iBRICS. The iBRICS network is an innovation network that, from our perspective, will give the possibility of exchanging contemporary knowledges and contemporary developments, will enable the interaction of scientists of BRICS countries in implementation of a great number of projects that will be beneficial for all BRICS countries. I should say that this project of iBRICS network was preceded by a very long discussion that every country already has some type of network of interaction between scientists and scholars in this domain. For instance, our Brazil partners came up with their own innovation network, which is called Land to Land, whereas Chinese partners proposed their own network. And Russian partners, the Russian participants of this working group, proposed to do it not on the basis of one single national platform, but rather to create a joint platform, the iBRICS network, that would connect the so-called centers of technology transfer. And the idea of trade and technology transfer centers that are an inherent part of iBRICS network, in our opinion, will give the most efficient process, will enable the most efficient process of cooperation between scholars and scientists of different countries. And today, I can say that the main concepts of this idea were discussed at the latest session of this working group, and our proposals were met, were considered by the participants of the working group, and we are now in the process of preparing preparing for a particular events that are going to be held based on such innovation network that will enable us to have closer cooperation between and among both universities and among individual scientists, and to implement a great variety of projects. I would like, as a conclusion, say that we, on our part, are ready to give our to offer to our partners a variety of projects. And to this end, we organize a big number of events, starting from youth meetings of this project, of this process, and to the summit meetings, top-level meetings. And each of those meetings gives an impetus to the development of a certain domain of scientific and technological research. And there are many of those. And I'm confident that our joint cooperation and the cooperation with our partner Brazil will give us, will ensure our further advancement on this path, and our interaction and implementation of many projects. And to conclude, I would like to wish every success to all the participants of our today's meeting, of today's conference, and to wish the exchange of fruitful ideas. And maybe we will hear the proposals on certain projects directly with our Brazil partners. Apart from that, I would like to announce the opening tomorrow of a large forum at RUDN University on the economy of developing markets, where we also will have a specific section devoted to these issues, where our Brazil partners will also be taking part. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm giving the floor back to our speaker.
Yuri Masekin, Professor Masekin, for these very interesting inputs that you gave to our presentation after this. I think it was you gave very useful, important insights about the collaboration existing between Russia and Brazil in the context of BRICS. You touched very interesting point, Professor Masekin, talking about the risks, the categories existing, and also very interesting the part about the legal framework. And you gave a lot of interesting examples where this collaboration can take place. And at the conclusion of your intervention, when you mentioned the possibilities, the framework, the events that we will have apart from this conference today, tomorrow, and during the year between Russia and Brazil are the perfect context to continue to collaborate together. And your final point before giving the floor to the next speaker, the scientific collaboration is crucial, and between our regions. And I think the next speaker, Professor Fabrizio Peloso Priscoschi, in his analysis about the soft power and the role of Russian soft power on Latin America, it's really a good continuation of what has been just introduced in the beginning of this panel by Professor Masekin. So Professor Fabrizio Peloso Priscoschi, the floor is yours, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Obrigado, Mário. É grande prazer falar após o...
Спасибо, Марио. Для меня огромное... Thank you, Mario. For me, it is a great honor to be the next speaker after our distinguished Professor Masekin. And I would like to say that on our part, the work is very intensive, and that project was an entire series of projects, joint projects between RUDN University and Unis. I would like to say about the importance of soft power and how Latin America perceives Russia as a country. And let us start with considering various options and various opportunities. And this is incredibly interesting from the standpoint of sharing and exchanging ideas and cultures between Latin America and Russia. Let us see how we can enlarge this project. If you're over 40 years of age, you grew up in a polarized world where you kept hearing about this standoffs between the two superpowers, not just from late 1980s, and from the late 1980s, there has been a pivot, and we now live in a completely different world, a multipolar world. This world is influenced by the Asian tigers. It is influenced by, of course, the growth of China within the recent years, and every country can develop their own relationship with other countries through the development of social dynamism, so-called, and also individuals can take part in this process as well. For instance, point of environment and ecology. People really would like to travel and learn about new socio-economic contexts. So today, in the global policy, and not just, well, global policy does not just develop within the relations of the previous actors, but also within the context of development of the new actors that enable to develop new economic, political, cultural ties, social ties, including, well, within this process, there are geographic areas that never were part of this process are now involved. Such countries as Russia, China, Brazil are examples of the countries that have been opened to the world to be able to create in this new multipolar context that is completely unprecedented. There is an outstanding author, Professor Nye, who has been for quite a while writing about the importance of soft power, the concept of soft power, and he also specifically talks about soft power not just a tool to achieve goals, but as a strategic resource that would enable not only to change the actions of global leaders, but it will become a fundamental element of the strategy of interaction of the countries. Soft power becomes the key tool of such interaction. Unlike the previous periods when the hard power was prevailing, before the 1990s, for instance, financing of revolutions or the ideological standoffs, I think that today soft power is singled out as a much more efficient tool that helps influence the policies in different regions to a much more extent than it was in the bipolar world before the 1990s. So it is important to involve other countries and persuade other countries to engage them to invest, including through direct investment. So that is really important. For instance, in Brazil, the issues of higher education, university education are, so the universities already have foreign direct investment. Up to 60% of universities are financed through external investment. This is an example. If I influence universities, I then can influence the thinking of people, the ways that people are educated. and hence the policy. And there are some studies that have demonstrated that indeed, well, and we will talk about it further, it is the case. So Professor Nye considers that soft power should attract via culture, values that the country would like to sell as its image tools to other countries. And how can we build new alliances? How can we build new corporations and projects? It is really, really important. It is of incredibly important, and it is also very profitable, very lucrative. So soft power is much more important than hard power in this regard, because it enables to create positive image. So what can we say in this context about Russia in the Latin American context? Well, some scholars think that even up to date, there is this heavy legacy of the USSR. The USSR, in the behavior of the Russian Federation, well, Russian Federation celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, but of course, the activities by generations who are older than 30 years old, that's still the legacy of their predecessors' place. And there are studies that were conducted on the material about people who are younger than 30. If they are studied, then they have a completely different mentality in this regard than older generations. And also, Latin America used to have this image of the USSR was like they had that image that was also presupposed by the influence of the USA. But if we consider new generations, you can see that the image of Russia is much more positive. And it is a very interesting process. Those studies show that there are certain strategic paradigms that Russia has been using for over the recent years, and they have really been efficient. There is a country that it really stands out in this regard, and this is not Brazil, this is Mexico. Some authors maintain that Russia has been using the anti-Americanist sentiment, which is present in Latin America, very efficiently. For instance, in Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Ecuador, who now perceive Russia as a positive alternative to the United States. And Russia has been efficiently in this image. So this is the example of type of targeting where a certain group is singled out and it is influenced in a certain way. So it is the country who really succeeded in using different tools, different paradigms, have been able to develop certain projects of sustainable development, for instance. And I think that it has been quite efficient. So this is the Global Soft Power Index 2021 that you can see on the slide. And here you can see the data from the most reputable studies in this regard. If we look at 2021, a specific pandemic index was created, and there are no data really about Latin America yet, but it is still very interesting. It consists of 11 metrics, and it works on the basis of a survey of many people. The methodology is really very interesting. So what results make Latin America a specific group? Well, let's see. Of course, Russia's actions in terms of soft power has helped Russia create a positive image of itself. Well, back in 2020, it was in the 10th. Back in 2020, the 13th place. But you can see the yellow highlights, which is the areas which Russia is specific better than some other maybe regions of the world. There are 4 components here. The opportunities of conducting business, the work of governmental actors, mass media, as well as education and science. Education and science is the domain that we are discussing here right now. And here, Russia is in the 13th place. What is highlighted in green here? International relations. Both other countries and Latin America, for them, Russia is top in top 7 in terms of international relations, and that can be explained by the activities of the diplomatic services of Russia. In Latin America, there is a certain diplomatic tradition that has been really efficient, and that is in fact a leverage, the importance of which cannot be overestimated. So Russia has a diplomatic presence in all and every Latin American country, and of course it merits attention. In this index, in this metric, Russia is in the 7th place. It's the only one. So this definitely should be developed further, continued. Next, Mexico, that I already mentioned. For them, Russia in 6 aspects is perceived better than the United States of America. So what are those aspects? What the United States have been doing lately with immigrants have put a negative effect on the relationship with the United States. On the other hand, the cooperation with Russia in terms of maybe some gas supplies and so on have been really beneficial for Russia. So Russia can use unsuccessful policies pursued by the United States and their loss of soft power, can use to their own benefit. To develop its own soft power in Latin America. And of course, it opens up a great number of possibilities. And other countries that Mexico has an influence on can follow suit, can follow the example of Mexico in this regard. For instance, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and other neighboring countries could follow the example of Mexico and could look up to Russia in terms of soft power. So let us draw some conclusions. What are the strengths and the metrics of soft power illustrate Russia's position international relations and culture are the first ones. And what are the weaknesses? Reputation. We should work on reputation, values, digital influence, digital presence, and economy. And why economy? Well, because there is still an image that has been there, image of Russia that has been there since 1990s, and this should be improved on. As far as the values are concerned, there are some news from Russia that has come to Latin America talk about the presence of certain groups and certain groups, very disputable groups, and also the Crimean issue that have had an impact on the image of Russia as perceived by Latin American. But you can definitely see that the soft power still works very efficiently. It is obvious that there are areas and room for improvement. We should work a lot, and this effort should be two-sided. They should be bilateral. So thank you very much for your attention. That's all from me.
Indeed, was a very interesting presentation. Thank you for
Thank you very much. That is a very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Russia is perceived in Brazil and Latin America as a country, as an important region of the world. I think the part that you mentioned about when you underline the strengths of Russia in terms of soft power and you underline the culture, I think this is strictly and closely connected also what was presented before you by Professor Masekin. And in terms of weaknesses, when you talk about economy, we do hope that with our project, with our analysis also, we will kind also to contribute to diminish this gap existing and also to improve the situation. Why not? So Fabrizio, thank you again very much for your very interesting contribution. And I think we can move to observe the schedule. We are a little bit late with the next speakers, but I just want announcement important from the organization of this event is that about the translation. We have the translation that we will have now from now on will be from Portuguese to Russian and from Russian to English. Unfortunately, the translation between Russian and Portuguese it will be not possible later. And so let's give me the floor now to the next speaker, Professor Pedro dos Santos Portugal Jr. And the title of his contribution is Regional Development in Latin America. Please, Professor Pedro, the floor is yours.
Olá a todos.
Hello, good day, everyone. Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for giving me the floor in this event, and to specifically thank Mr. Masekin, Dean of the Faculty of Economics of the People's Friendship University of Russia. I'm really happy to be here. And I would like to thank Professor Bari for his input on the cooperation with Russia. And of course, Professor Fabrizio for his activities thanks to which it is important for us to develop our cooperation. I will speak about very important topic, and it is a very difficult region that we are talking about, Latin America. And speaking of Latin America, yes, it is a very difficult, from its very inception, throughout its history, including today. Can you hear me? Do you see my slides on my presentation on the screen? Yes? Okay. I would like to actually dwell on two very important issues. The first one, the historic contextualization. What are the historic backgrounds and basis of the development of Latin America, and how they could be included in the context of the development of social indicators? In the contemporary period from 2010 to 2020, and why would we do that? Well, it is important to describe this region when it comes to socio-economic development. What can we see on the slide? We can see Latin America and Caribbean, and the Caribbean states, 33 countries in total. How can they be seen in a historic perspective in terms of the development of the region? First of all, we should remember the following. Latin America, during the colonization, was characterized by two characteristics. First, was more centralized. Well, Brazil, for instance, was born a large country, as a separate country. Unlike the counterparts to other countries that were centered around Spain, the Spanish colonization led to the emergence of a greater number of units, of singular units. There was less of centralization. And here you can see three very important aspects. Three industrial patterns, if you will, or processes that influenced development even after they declared independence. There are three of them. These are natural resources and the mining of natural resources. Here we can single out Mexico, Chile, and Bolivia. These are agriculture in the moderate climate, represented by Argentina, and tropical agriculture, in which we can see Brazil, Paraguay, and Peru. So this characteristics of industrial process, the countries, I will reiterate, influenced the development of regional economy and also the declaring of independence by export of natural resources continues to be the basis of the economies of those countries, be it the mining section or agriculture. And we also should not forget when Latin American well, that period was the Industrial Revolution period in Europe. So the first Industrial Revolution, in this context, Latin America did not experience that revolution, but it remains a viable model based on the development of natural resources. Back in the 1930s, only after the 1930s and the Great Depression did Latin American countries begin stronger in terms of industrial development, but it was not evenly spread. Only some regions of Brazil, Mexico, and Latin America saw that happening. In other words, we are talking about the lagging behind of industrial development, of the backward industrial development, that where import substitution is very important. They used to import everything that they now produce, and the industrialization of Latin America was centered around specific policies and was dependent on the external capital because the internal capital was lacking in order to achieve industrial development. So the proportion of external capital, foreign capital, was very high. And the southeastern region was one such area where São Paulo is, for instance. And the industrialization is still concentrated in the region. In Latin America, what is called heterogeneity. What is this type of heterogeneous development? Post-industrial regions are neighbor with regions where that development has not happened. They were focused on agricultural development, at least until 1930. But back in the fast forward to the 1980s and 1990s, something else happened. External debt and inflation. Latin America countries as Brazil, Mexico, large countries, Argentina, among others, experienced stagflation, high inflation, high unemployment, and low economic development. Starting from the 2000s, 2002, some countries of the region they come back to more stable indicators of economic development. And that was conditioned by the increased global demand, low interest rate, availability of loans. It all impacted the socio-economic development. And that was such export-dependent models dependent on natural resources. Such models actually experience a burn out eventually, and it did happen. Such type of burnout did happen maybe from 2002 to 2010. That model lost itself and has revealed some signs of really important problems existing. That is what we're going to talk about in the second part. The development of the Latin American countries from 2010 to 2020. Taking into account that, of course, the year 2020 is a very special year because of the pandemic that put everything upside down. So, what indicators are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about economic growth, of the development of the GDP, per capita growth, and we're going to talk about the inflation indicators, the average inflation indicators, unemployment, also the ties with other countries, first of all, in terms of the trade balance and foreign direct investment. Let's start with the economic development from 2010 to 2020. On the graph that you see on the slide, you can see that when in 2010 the expert model exhausted itself, the economic growth of Latin American countries plummeted, was a free fall up until 2016. It is from 2017 to 2018, there is a bit of a recovery, and there is another fall in another sharp fall, another recession for Latin America. So GDP was falling, and other indicators too. So what are the factors that should be pointed out here? I always said that the decreased demand for commodities that influenced both natural resources and other factors. We should not forget about that. We should also not forget about the socioeconomic aspect, particularly in such countries as Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Peru, and Chile recently. So this political and economic instability contributed to the worsening of the economic situation. Another important thing is that another important characteristic of Latin America starting from post-colonial period is the production profitability patterns. 6 largest economies of Latin America that are marked in red here: Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Argentina. Still, only these 6 countries account for 83% of the entire GDP of the region. Only 6 countries. And it is for those reasons these countries attract FDI, because they have a much more dynamic market situation. That is 3 or 4, well, actually more than 3/5 of GDP is accounted by 6 countries. Next, another important indicator: inflation. Inflation, predominantly in the 80s and 90s, was a very grave problem. But from the second part of the 1990s and throughout the 2000s, there was a little bit of a stability in this regard. But if we analyze, we understand that the average inflation rate was 6.4%. That was before 2014. Well, after 2014. We also revealed another important thing, is that there is a inverse relationship. After 2014, when economic growth was very low, inflation was very high. It is obvious that there is a trend that manifests itself in the 90s. It is called stagflation, a low economic growth and high inflation rate, growing inflation. High inflation rate requires from the governments of the countries to raise interest rates. And then investment goes down, inflation goes down, GDP does not grow that fast. So what is the situation with unemployment? We don't see the situation for 20 here because it was a special year, as I said. And the influence of the pandemic is not seen on the graph. But from 2010 to 2015, the unemployment level was quite stable, but then began to grow. And in 2017 and 2019, it peaked. And it is very important. The indicators of unemployment, there's also a gender aspect here, because among women, unemployment is 2.1 points higher than for men. And that is pronounced on the employment market, the job market, particularly from 2017 to 2019. Sometimes the difference gap is higher, that's lower, sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller, but it exists nonetheless. Let's move on to the analysis of international relations. There are also interesting dynamics here. For instance, trade balance. We have a graph of trade balance, and it is obvious from this graph that in this region, the current balance, which is transactions, export, import of services, has a trend for deficit throughout the entire period, even before 2010. Throughout the entire Latin American region. And this is all covered by the financial capital. There is an author called Oli, and he talks about the capital account, meaning the capital investment in Latin American that are used to reach the trade balance. And in the short term, both in the short term and long term perspectives. And foreign capital, long term foreign capital, has a short term effect, contributes to economic volatility and instability over a long period of time. Let us try to understand how FDI behaved, as well as the currency reserves in Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, and Peru. What can we see here? We can see the concentration, high concentration, both in terms of per capita GDP, as well as FDI. Starting from 2019, in 6 countries, the 6 countries concentrated over 87.64%. Brazil accounts for 41.82%. Mexico accounts for 21.48%. When it comes to foreign direct investment, the long-term foreign direct investment, 6 countries represent 84.90% of the resources received. Brazil and Mexico are in the lead. Okay, what kind of conclusions could we draw from the aforementioned? Latin America is a very unequal region in terms of concentration of capital, and from 2010 to 2020, there was a drop in GDP per capita and high unemployment. Also, in some countries, there are the relations are quite balanced, but the relation or the dependence of foreign capital is high, and this growth, this disruptive growth, and the pandemic period could be this development of this dependence on the resources is of course decreased, and it needs to be leveled out and needs to attract investment that would help diversify the economy and fill it with more value-based approach that would help all the countries. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for this opportunity granted to me. Thank you for all the today's event. Thank you.
You said that Latin America, it's a very complex region, and indeed it's true. And also thanks to your insight, where you went through touched very interesting, important parts from an historical background. Then you focused on the economic situation in the region, where you really gave us a wonderful picture of what is the balance, what is the situation between the countries of this unequal, as you said, and the complex region at the same time. And I think you really gave us the opportunity to move in another part of our conference, and give the floor also to the next speaker that we have. Now we move to a Russian speaker. We have Professor Evgeny Rogozinsky from the National University of Science and Technology, NISIS, and the title of his contribution to our today's event is Technology Transfer Prospects in the BRICS countries. Professor Rogozinsky, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to appreciate this invitation and participation. Thanks for organizers, thanks for RUDN University. So I will show my presentation, and I hope you can see it. Is okay?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, dear colleagues, I'm Evgeny Rogozinsky, Technology Transfer Officer of National University of Science and Technology, NISIS. And so I would like to show you some technology transfer prospects among BRICS countries. So as Professor Masakin said about our cooperation among BRICS countries in the area of science, technology, innovation. So we had a very good experience, and we made a very important step. So from the 2015, we have made some and signed some two main documents. First of all, it's Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation in Science, Technology, Innovation, and some STI framework program. So according to these documents, all countries created 13 working groups, and one of them is devoted to science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship partnership. So briefly, it's STEEP working group. And so I am happy to take part in this group. And so I would like to say about background according working experience of STEEP working group. You can see on the slide that during the third meeting of BRICS working group in Brazil, so some very important prospects was made. So it's concerning the framework of iBRICS network. So it's some kind of mechanism for direct dialogue among actors of innovations among BRICS countries, which promote mutual support, joint project, and exchange of best practices. So you can see that due to general objects, this network will seek to build and implement information sharing mechanism, such kind of online platforms and other mechanisms. And so it's very important activity because it's the base how we can exchange information and elaborate the further steps for information exchange and the technology transfer process. So the second important decision was enabling framework for BRICS tech transfer. So previous year and this year, we are supported as a working group, supported with proposals, and we hope that during the ministry meeting, this initiative will be supported. So the main idea, and it's about the it's more closer to a technology transfer process, and so we can see that it's some kind of exchange action and good practice and some kind of stimulating transfer technology process. And you can see that according to the general objects, it's some kind of metrics, and we'll see some common database of intellectual property assets or technology transfer opportunities. And so we can see that it's some kind of base for further steps and for real technology transfer process among BRICS countries. And so it's some kind of contribution of the Russian side. It's some our view of polycentric model. You can see some kind of multiplication in the slide, and you can see the process of gathering the information and dissemination among the BRICS countries. And so it's a very good idea that every innovation ecosystem in each BRICS country has some different actors. You can see some business, industrial partners, universities, incubators, startups, technoparks, a lot of innovation actors. Maybe it's comprised from communication platform. And it's very important that each country can create some focal point which can gather and disseminate information among BRICS countries. And it's main idea because each country proposed to create some online platform inside their country, for example, in China or maybe in Brazil. And it's not so convenient for other countries to put information not to their own platform. And so this idea can comprise, and we called it integrated vision, that we can comprise all ideas from all countries and consider that it's some kind of polycentric model, and this process can start to really exchange information. So we propose that we can call it BRICS tip data. And it's divided into 3 parts: actors, events, and innovation requests and proposals. And so I can see that it's very important step because we can start to exchange information about our events, like this conference, or maybe other forums, and that's why we can disseminate information among the innovation actors in Russia, and so a lot of actors can take part in participation in these events. So it's as for background, and now I would like to show you some initiative from government, Ministry of Science and Higher Education in Russia. And so this year our government supported to creation of technology transfer infrastructure. It's some kind of network of technology transfer centers. And in 2021, 18 technology transfer centers were supported. And you can see in the map you can see a location in different parts of Russia, these centers, and the center is based on universities and scientific organizations. And so this initiative should support to real technology transfer in domestic market and international market. So University Mrs. Also has received a support and developing technology transfer center in such area like material science, metallurgy, and mining. So you can see on the slide the areas of specialization of Mrs. Technology Transfer Center, and you can see the link. You can click and see the page. And so we are open for collaboration in this area, and as a focal point with RUDN University, we are open for international information exchange and technology transfer too. So I'm briefly say about my university. So NUSMISIS is a dynamic scientific and educational center, and we became the best university in Russia in material science area. So you can see the high rank in of university, and you can see a huge contribution in number of articles in Q1 and Q2, and so we made this contribution mainly in material science area. Also, we take contribution such areas like metallurgy, material science, biomaterials, nanotechnology, and IT technology. So briefly, you can see some well-known MISIS technologies. It's in metallurgy area. It's Vanikov process and furnace and Jamel process. And this technology were put in commercial operation, not in Russia, but in other countries. And so we have also a wide international cooperation and partnership. You can see as Brazil, we have collaboration with universities. As for India, China, and South Africa, we have a wide range of communications, not only with universities, but with industrial companies. And so we are ready and we open to collaboration and to research and technology transfer. And the last issue I would say about the next year event, it's the first International BRICS Innovation Forum, and will be held in Moscow in June 2022 by MISIS, and the main goal is contributing to launch the iBRICS network and exchange information between BRICS countries and BRICS innovation actors. You can see some short program, and you can see a task, and so you can see a link how to read information more. That's okay. You can see some contacts of focal point of Russia. It's NUSMISIS and the RUDN University. And so we are open for any collaboration and for technology transfer opportunities. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Professor Ragasinski. Indeed, the concept of technology transfer is crucial in the collaboration in the in general, and your focus on the BRICS area is very important for the topic of this the conference that we are having today, with joining colleagues from Russia and Brazil. So, please allow me to say that it's really impressive also the work that Mrs. is doing in this term, and also your impressive network of contacts and with BRICS countries. So thank you very much again for having shared your expertise, knowledge in this field. And now,
thank you very much.
Please allow me, thank you, Professor Ragasinski. Please allow me to introduce the next speaker. There have been now some small changes in the program. The next two speakers to conclude the first session of this panel, Professor Alina Sherbakova and Professor Belayeva unfortunately could not participate in this part, so we decided to move to the first speaker of the next session with Professor Arina Andreeva from ILA-RAS, and the topic, the title of her contribution is Problems of Peace in Latin America region and the impact on relations with Russia. Professor Andreeva, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, здравствуйте, приветствую вас.
Colleagues, I'm greeting everyone from the Institute of Latin America from the Russian Academy of Sciences. Thank you very much for this invitation to take part in this conference. It is very unexpected that that was such a very prompt organization, and that you extended this invitation to our institute. The topic of my presentation is actually is connected with the peaceful process in Latin America, but I am going, in fact, to talk about the key areas for development assistance in the Spanish experience. I would like to share the screen now, if I can.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вы видите?
Can you see my screen right now? The presentation?
А сейчас?
Can you see my screen? The presentation, I mean. You can only see the folder with with all the files and not the presentation itself.
Закройте и снова запустите, а лучше запустите презентацию, потом уже демонстрацию.
You just relaunch the presentation and then start sharing the screen. Yes, I will try to do that.
Смотрите, да, открывайте презентацию.
Вот, все, да, вижу.
Could you first open the presentation and then start sharing the screen? Yes, now we can see everything perfect. So the English topic of the presentation is years of development assistance programs in Latin America, the Spanish experience, and I will further speak, if I may. The idea of development assistance programs was created in the 60s, in the 1960s, and it is closely connected with the qualitatively new understanding of international conflicts deriving from social violence and structural weaknesses, as well as low economic growth and the general degradation of the environment and struggle for natural resources. with that, the formula that was part of the phenomenon of the development did not receive much support due to the prevalent discourse of the USSR and USA. That was communism versus capitalism, and only with the disappearance of the bipolar world, the deterrent factors disseminated, the deterrent factor disappeared, and this concept finally received some support. And the stretches Millennium Goals to 2015, until 2015, and the objects of sustainable development until 2030 set the goal of achieving stability and security through, including through social justice and peace security initiatives. According to this new approach to defeat the violence in the society, we should address its in-depth sources, which is poorness, inequality, and unemployment, and vice versa. Security and safety should be the main concept for ensuring the interests of the people. So when the weak government institutions and the criminality in society would not enable, even given the reforms, to achieve substantial progress. The Latin American and Caribbean regions was sort of not that was this type of confluence of the different problems, and the violence in Colombia and some other countries actually remained until our days. So the problems with security and healthcare only further aggravated the situation with the spiral of violence. The effort of the developed countries through humanitarian initiatives and development programs aimed at overcoming the chronic problems of the region were conducted. According to the recent data, the volume of assistance, in terms of volume of assistance, Spain is number 13 in the donor list, and allocated as of 2019 almost 2.5 billion euros to those ends. In terms of Caribbean region, we need to emphasize the discourse that is prevalent in the international community in terms of role and responsibilities towards this region. In this regard, Spain is positions itself as the defender of interests of the region, and this is here we can see the complex development strategy aimed at the sustainable development achievement. The residents of the Moncloa government also departs from the premise that that institutional consolidation and tight cooperation are the key goals here. Well, and lately we could see some new challenges related to the digitalization of the economy and some other things that also demand attention. Also, the concept of human safety and security. So projects should be conducted and set up on both bilateral and multilateral basis, targeted at the protection of human rights and other things. The political crisis in Nicaragua and Venezuela, and the migration tension in Central America and Venezuela, which all started in 2019, were also part of the problem. And the Colombian conflict, with Spain taking part as a peacekeeping force, was advocating the peaceful resolution of the conflict. The key areas of the assistance are centered around such areas as development infrastructure and the social welfare, including through the institutes of civil society. The security the security area of cooperation is targeted at the needs in dire emergencies, and in Latin America is still considered a marginalized region. The main recipient of the assistance programs are centered in the Central Caribbean area, as well as the landlocked of the continent, mainland area, and the main concern is the refocusing of the by the Spanish programs that were connected with the deterrence of migration and refugees that see a tenfold growth of financing, volume of financing over the past 3 years. As you can see on the slide, 123 million euros. So the migration crisis from Central America and Venezuela have a negative effect on the stability of the region, and of course it is one of the topics of the agenda of the region, and the UN committee also is taking part in those projects to create stable and safe safety for society. But the help and assistance to refugees is not the top priority. In our opinion, Russia should derive some lessons from the factors that determine the strategy of development for the region, and should expand its cooperation with Latin American countries, proceeding from the sustainable development goals, and also further the cultural and social ties, as well as ensuring the appropriate healthcare level that is so needed in the pandemic period. So we're based on the principle of respect for international law and human rights, and the different types of institutional cooperation, multilateral cooperation to counteract some threats such as degradation of environment, military conflicts, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Andreeva, for your interesting presentation. Indeed, you also the concept of issue of peace, and also the role you focus on your analysis on Spain, and it's a crucial player also in this in the Latin American context for historical and also economic reasons, which is highly interconnected with Latin America. And also for the interesting was also the final part when you mentioned about some recommendations also for Russia. So I think you really managed to link very well to important aspects of this conference. So the focus on Latin America, and also the role also of Russia in all what concerns the collaboration between these two regions. So thank you again very much. And now please let me introduce the next speaker that we have. We have Professor Valentina Kaligina from RUDN University, Department of Marketing. And I don't know if I have the updated version of the title of the contribution. If it's wrong, please, Professor Kaligina, correct me. Latin American transnational companies in the world and Russia. Please, Professor Kaligina, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and the name of my today's report is Latin American multinational companies in the world and in Russia. So just a moment. So I would like to to discuss the question of multi-Latinas companies, as we call it, and the term multi-Latinos refers to companies with headquarters in Latin America that have managed to internationalize their operations, extending their main business or key segments beyond national borders. So usually such a corporation enjoys strong positions in their home markets, which enables them to venture into other Latin American territories. Multi-Latinas that have gone global are also sometimes referred to as global Latinas. This term appeared in 1996 thanks to an article published in Latina magazine, and the economists began to pay more attention to the study of these companies due to the successful functioning of the industrial giants of the regions, the liberalization of the region's economies, and the investment activity of the companies and in the international markets. From time to time, these companies stealing worldwide attention, gaining field to Asian firms. Companies like Petrobras, like Bimba, like Whale, like Telmex, Gerdo, and so on and so forth, have grown exponentially, and this growth has been such that it has become fashionable, the multinational term, or global Latinas, referring to multinational companies belonging to the area of Latin America, an area once very few, sometimes the first world economies turned to stare at sea. And the main countries raised their hands where they belong. So you can see here the main companies in Latin America. Of course, I cannot show all of them, but this is the main companies. As shown in this statistic, the most revenue-generating multi-Latinas tend to be engaged with key economic sectors such energy, oil and gas, commodities, retail and mass consumption goods. Many of them have close connections with national governments or are in fact partially or totally owned by the government. So consumer goods is a very important segment where Latin American companies have proved successful in internationalization. For example, such company as GBS is the main food meat manufacturer in Latin American countries. And so we can divide all Latin American companies on three big groups: local Latinas, multi-Latinas, and global Latinas. Local Latinas are businesses whose operations are contained with a single Latin American country. Those that do little or no exporting are designed local Latinas. Those that do significant exporting are Latina exporters. Multi-Latinas are businesses that operate in multiple Latin American countries, but do not have significant operations outside the region. Those that do not export much beyond Latin America are designed regional multi-Latinas, and those that do are multi-Latina exporters. Global Latinas are companies that operate in multiple countries within and beyond Latin America and generate significant revenue outside of the region. And we can see that the most global Latinas companies are situated in Brazil. It's about 48% of all the global companies, and in Mexico, 32%. So the global Latinas revenue belongs 70% Brazilian global Latinas and 25% to Mexican Latinas. In Brazil, the top 3 industries for Latin American companies as a percentage of total revenue are oil and gas, 24%, food, 11%, and construction, 10%. In Mexico, for top 3 industries for Latin American companies are information, 32%, retail trade, 17%, and food, 9%. However, in Chile, the top 3 industries for Latin American companies are retail trade, it's about 28%, oil and gas, 17%, and transportation, 11%. Over the last 2 decades, a new generation of multi-Latinas with regional presence and global ambitions has emerged in Latin America. Such companies as Bimbo, Latin American Airlines, Cemex, and Falabella have joined emerging market multinationals from other regions, primarily Asian companies such as Lenovo, Hyundai, and Tata, to become specialists, shapers, regionals, or integrators in their geographic scope. While multinational companies still dominate global business, they have been facing serious challenges. Among them, we can call such as profits, which have dropped 25% over the past 5 years, a strong dollar, low oil and other commodity prices, increased competition from local, increasingly sophisticated firms, fundamental political and structural risks, and corruption. And the main profile of multi-Latinas is the following: head office in Brazil, Mexico, Chile, consolidated position in the domestic market, managed by Latin directors educated abroad, active merger quittance strategy toward foreign companies. And multinationals companies are faring relatively well in spite of the challenges. So the percentage of multinational companies in the largest 500 companies in Latin America has continued to grow since 1991. The growth is accompanied by a decline in government-owned companies, further benefiting multinationals in the regions. Since 1991, there has been a steady decline of both government-owned and Latin-owned large national companies, while multinational companies' ownership has been increasing. And some words about global Latinas in Russia. Unfortunately, the cooperation between this company and their activity in Russia is not very strong. And I would like to tell about Bimbo company, which is one of the main suppliers of baked products for McDonald's here in Russia. And this year we have received a very good news that Bimbo, one of the largest suppliers of sandwich rolls in Russia, is launching a second line for the production of frozen baked goods for burgers. New equipment in the Bimbo plant in Moscow will expand the menu by developing new types of products, and a high degree of automation will eliminate the human factor and make the production process even safer. Actually, in spite of the fact that the level of cooperation between Russia and the countries of Latin America, I cannot say that the cooperation between the multinational companies from Latin America and Russia are very high. For example, I would like to remember words of the president of Petrobras, Mr. Pedro Parent, and he told that unfortunately Petrobras at the moment is not negotiating with Russian partners, and moreover it is forced to reckon with the American sanctions imposed on Russia. As I consider that we have a lot of way with cooperation, especially in food fields, maybe gas and oil fields. And we hope that the word of Pedro Parent, that relations with Russia could be more ambitious. We hope that his opinion to this fact is will be sorry, just a moment. We hope that the relations with between these companies and Russia will be more strong, and we know that we have ways for cooperation, and Pedro Parent consider that if any Russian companies wants to discuss partnership ideas with us, they will definitely consider them. This is the end of my report, and this is the main sources for this report. And please, if you have any questions, I would like, I'm ready to answer it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, dear colleagues, thank you very much, Valentina. Thank you very much, Professor. It was a really interesting presentation. It's really nice that despite all the problems between the Latin American countries and Russia in terms of increasing economic turnover, some companies are actually making some progress here. It's very reassuring, and it gives a lot of hopes for the future, I would say. So thank you very much for this overview of the Latin American situation with multinational corporations. I think you can stop the sharing the screen now.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Mario has he had to his turn of moderating the presentation has passed. Now I will do the rest of the moderation of the event. So I guess I was already introduced in the very beginning, but my name is Professor Chernikov from RUDN University. And it so coincides that right now I will be making a presentation together with my colleague, Anna Chernyshova. I'll be doing it on our both behalf. Let me share the screen. And I'll be doing the presentation on the fintech industry in Latin America. Can somebody notify me whether you see the screen, whether you see the slides? Do you see the slides?
It's okay.
Yeah?
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. Very nice. Very good. So I decided to focus on this topic, and my colleague was very enthusiastic about it. So I'd like to give you a small overview of like a Russian overview on what's going on the other side of the planet in Latin America. And the topic that we picked is financial technology. So we all know that this industry is developing increasingly fast. It is very, very perspective and progressive sector in economy, which is growing by hundreds and hundreds of % per year. So basically, with this word fintech, we name every venture, every company, and every possible let's say undertaking that provides an easy or an alternative access to finance. Because traditionally we are used to the banking industry being the head of all kinds of finance, but lately over the last 10 years we see some change in that. So basically, in the whole world, the financial technology, the fintech, is rotating around these 4 applications. So it's lending, it's saving or investing, which is pretty much the same in terms of fintech, insurance, and the most popular is payments in different forms. So the reason it's presumed to have such a great impact on international economy is because of these major development points that these technologies are going to make in the world. So that would be the major development that you can see here. So they're reducing the costs, which is always nice, promoting the competition, and also improving both security and availability of financial services. And we can see that I'll show you in the next few slides that in Latin America, the security part and availability part seem to be the most important ones. Since it's a new technology, I can state that around the world, there is some cautiousness among people towards this whole affair. On the one hand, if we look at the research that has been done by World Bank recently, who is willing to share the data, this sensitive financial data, with companies in financial technology? You can see that men are generally more innovative in this case and more interested in actually applying these technologies in their lives. And this is pretty much the same everywhere, including both Americas, both continents. In Latin America, the situation is pretty much the same. In South America, whichever America you take, the situation is pretty much the same. Although in some countries, we can see like unique features. Like, for example, in Mexico, more women use fintech applications than men. I have no idea why Mexico stands out, but that's the only country that has this difference. In terms of internet penetration and time per day usage, you can see that major Latin American countries are, well, doing extremely well, let's put it this way, especially in terms of time per day being spent inside the internet, or at least connected. because the way this is measured is through time of connection to whether it's a mobile internet or down to earth one. The connection times are quite high in Colombia, in Mexico, and in Brazil, higher than the average in the world, by the way. In terms of internet penetration, we can see that the digits here are at least at the same level as the rest of the world. At the same time, we know that Latin America is still predominantly a cash region. So one of the reasons why this is happening in Latin America, well, actually there's a bunch of reasons, but the most popular reason is that there is a significant inequality in the region, and therefore a huge amount of internet users don't really have the funds to either have a bank account, like a full-scale bank account, or even use any other financial services like insurance. You can see here that in the major countries, the major fintech countries of Latin America, most people are pointing out the insufficient funds as the reason to why they are reluctant to use any sorts of financial support, in any sorts of financial services. So another reason here is that the financial services are too expensive. So this presumes that they have the money, but they're just not willing to pay the price of the financial services that are in the country now. This you see here in blue, and it's quite a significant share as well. So the other third thing that is very significant here is the lack of trust. So people don't really trust any financial services, whether it's a bank or insurance or financial tech or traditional payment or money transfer services. It doesn't matter. On the average, it makes only 10%. You see it down below. It's quite small, I know, but on the average, it is 10. But in some countries, the distrust is higher, like in Chile, for example, or in Peru, and in Mexico as well. The distrust is generally higher than in Brazil or in Colombia. Not really sure why these countries have issues. Especially, I was surprised with Chile, because Chile is supposed to be slightly more wealthy than the rest of the region, but this is what the research was saying. So in terms of problems, it looks like this. The cash is still strong, but at the same time, we can see that the growth rates of this market in Latin America are enormous. Like in 5 years, it was growing over 100% per year. Of course, it has a low start. So when you grow from 0 to 4 and from 4 to 9, it is of course a huge growth in terms of percentage. But still, the progress, as you see here on the left down side, the progress is enormous. And the major countries that are dominating the fintech market is Mexico, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, and Brazil. So, and each country here has its own pace. So they're moving in its own speed. So you see Colombia, for example, is ranked second after Brazil, because Brazil is dominating here. Ranked 2 in terms of investment. Mexico is number 2 in terms of number of transactions, which is logical, taking into account the amount of people sending out their wages back to their home countries from US. Chile is second ranked in terms of alternative financing. And by alternative financing, I mean the micro crediting predominantly. So the growth is enormous, and there's a huge potential here. Most of these companies in fintech ecosystem in Latin America are funded by business incubators. We can see here that venture capital and accelerator incubation are pretty much dominating everywhere except for the CR country, which is a Caribbean region. So that is pretty much the rest. Everything outside these 6 dominating countries is marked here. But you see in the Mexico, in Brazil, either venture capital or accelerator based. And obviously there is a problem that the Latin American region has traditional problems with statistics, much like ex-USSR region or South Asian region, it's pretty much the same everywhere. So there is no database, like a specific database or statistics on fintech companies. But the growth rates here is sort of showing that the amount of these companies is growing all the time. So this is a very promising industry in Latin America. So if we look at the, okay, what are these companies doing? What is their product, basically? We can see that it's pretty much alternative finance, which is small-scale crediting, outside bank crediting, and payment services. So some countries have more payments and less alternative finance, some have less, but basically these are the dominating products that are being created in fintech industry in Latin America, well, across the whole Latin America. Now, what are the risks and benefits and the restrictions? So there was a big survey by central bank of, I think it was the US central bank, the Federal Reserve System. And they basically said that in Latin America, the risks basically are rotating around data protection and lack of regulation. This is what they mean by money laundering. So there's a potential for money laundering and these security risks. But the advantage is, but there are much more advantages than risks here. So there's the lower cost. This is like greater efficiency, competition to traditional banking, accessibility. So although they notice that the fintech cannot greatly reduce this insecurity issue, they are still saying that the benefits outreach the risks. And there are different kinds of limitations here. You see on the supply side and on the demand side. I can say that if I sum this thing up, I can say it seems that the major down-to-earth problem on the supply side is infrastructure, because there is not enough. Basically, the internet coverage is good in Latin America, but the speed of the internet and the stability of the internet is, well, there is room for improvement, as they say. So here, this is where we decided to take a look at whether there are foreign companies working in fintech, because it's such a prosperous and potentially beneficial industry. Surely there has to be some foreign companies working here. And we found out in one of the reports that surprisingly most of the companies there are domestic. So interestingly, most of fintech is developed inside Brazil, and well, obviously Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, and the other countries like Mexico and Peru and Colombia also have a slightly less, but still a dominating share. And the amount of these companies is still growing. So this is a good sign. This means that the industry of developing such applications is home-based, and therefore the money is not leaving the region. So summing it all up, I wanted to show that the industry is hastily developing, and this industry is home-based. The risks are, of course, there, just as they are with all new technologies, but the benefits are extremely high. And Russia could support Latin America in this case, because our fintech industry has already has some history, and we've basically gone through these stages at this point. So already now 80% of Russian citizens in that way or another use financial services of fintech companies. Predominantly that is money transfer with NFC chips in smartphones, and microfinancing, and also in the personal finance applications. So what we, a bit running out of time here, so what we presumed that the Russian experience could be useful for in Latin America is that the Russian companies have experience in building infrastructure, as you see, the regulatory experience as well, and finally the promoting the further development of big data usage in the microfinance and financial technology sales. So basically, this is my presentation. This is what I wanted to share with you today, an overview of what's going on in Latin America in terms of fintech and the potential areas of cooperation between Russian industry, fintech industry, and Latin American. So thank you very much for listening. And since I'm moderating, I will not sum up my own presentation for some strange reason. And I would like to present our next speaker, Professor Rodrigo Franklin Frugeri. And there's going to be a wonderful presentation on business environment in Brazil, which I'm personally really eager to learn. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sergey. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Well, greetings to our colleague in Russia and to our colleagues in Brazil. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you very much for the invite and opportunity. My name is Rodrigo. I'm a professor at the Unis Educational Group and the research in the areas of information system, regional development, and organization dexterity. And I'm going to present you Brazil as a business environment. Well, my presentation is organized into 5 main topics. The first one is Brazil's demographic data. After that, Brazil's macroeconomic outlook. And after, why invest in Brazil? And the fourth topic, I'm going to present the World Digital Competitiveness Ranking 2021 and Brazil. And finally, the Global Innovation Index 2021 and Brazil. I believe that it's important to understand the Brazilian scenario before to discuss business opportunities. Brazil's population is estimated to grow from 203 million in 2014 to 217 million in 2024, representing a growth of 0.7% per year. And as a consequence of the economic and demographic baseline assumptions, Brazil's GDP per capita should grow at a rate of 2.5% per year between 2014 and 2024. The GDP in Brazil was worth 1,444.73 billion United States dollar in 2020, according to the official data from the World Bank. And the GDP value of Brazil represents 1.28% of the world economy. At the chart one highlights the evolution of the Brazilian GDP over the last 25 years. And despite the decline in recent years, we can see an upward trend and recover due to the pandemic. Regarding the Latin America countries, Brazil has the highest GDP. Table 1 shows the ranking of the GDP at current prices in 2020 of the 33 Latin American Caribbean countries that make up the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's worth noting that the top 3 countries, Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, are part of the G20. The Brazilian economy expanded 12.4% year on year in the second quarter of 2021, the most on record, and compared with market expectation of 12.8% growth, and rebounded sharply from a steep fall caused by COVID-19 restrictions last year. And the industry sector advanced by 17.8%, mainly boosted by manufacturing, in particular by the production of automotive vehicles, other transport equipment, machinery and equipment, and metallurgy. In addition, services activities rose by 10.8% on the back of transport, storage, and mail and trade, while agriculture increased by 1.3%, supported by some crop products such as soybeans and rice. On the expenditure side, fixed investment surged 32.9%, and household consumption climbed 10.8%, while net trade contributed negatively to the GDP as exports rose less than imports. Now let's discuss why Brazil. Well, in the past years, Brazil has consolidated its position as a strong and attractive global player with a high degree of economic diversification. The economic development of the past years resulted in an expanded mass consumer market and increased social equality, an environment of institutional stability, and increased social cohesion. Brazil, it's a democratic government, stable financial system, and huge domestic market make Brazil a safe place for investment and gives it the strength to weather international crises. The increase of purchasing power and the investment opportunities in sectors like oil and natural gas, generation, transmission of electrical power, real estate, and agribusiness places Brazil as an attractive choice on investment. Modern, efficient, and competitive, the Brazilian agribusiness sector is a prosperous, safe, and profitable activity. The strength of Brazilian agribusiness is a result of scientific and technological development in modernizing farming and expanding the industry of agricultural machinery and equipment. And the science and technology agenda encourages research in areas that are strategic for economic development, such as energy, aviation, and agribusiness, as well as IT and biotechnology. Here's some of the Brazil's main competitive advantages are Brazil, it's a leading regional economy. It has a solid investment framework. We are a huge domestic market. Brazil, it's a global player. Brazil, it's an innovative hotbed, as we will show you with data from the Global Index of Innovation 2021. And Brazil has a major infrastructure projects. And Brazil, it's an energy and agriculture powerhouse also. Brazil, it's a gateway to Latin America. Brazil, it's the biggest and most diversified science, technology, and innovation system of Latin America. Brazil is one of the largest producers and exporters of agriculture products. And Brazil has a competitive differential in the sector of aircraft building. And finally, Brazil has a competitive differential in the sector of oil exploration, depth water, and large offshore oil fields. Now I'm going to present IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking 2021. And the IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking presents the 2021 overall rankings for the 64 economies covered by the World Competitiveness Yearbook. And the rankings are calculated on the basis of the 52 ranking criteria, 32 hard, and 20 survey data. And according to this ranking, Brazil has the position 51, the same position of 2020. This section presents the overall rankings and the 5-year trends for each of the 3 digital competitiveness factors: knowledge, technology, and future readiness. Thus, the reader is able to analyze the digital evolution of an economy over the past few years relative to the others on a global basis. And Brazil hasn't good positions in all the 3 factors, what can be understood as an opportunity for investment as well. This section presents a summary of the rankings for all 9 sub-factors for the 64 economies for 2021. And it's possible at a glance to determine in what areas of digital competitiveness an economy excels or has particular weaknesses, and to make comparisons between countries. And according to this data, Brazil has its better score in scientific concentration and the worst in talent. Again, we have both opportunities to investment and to exchange knowledge. Now I would like to share with all of you the data of Global Innovation Index 2021. Top 3 innovation economies in Latin America and the Caribbean are Chile, Mexico, and Costa Rica, according to this index. Brazil's position in the Global Innovation Index, it's the 57, and the Russian Federation has the position 45. When look the data according to the performance above expectation for a level of development, Brazil is classified as an upper middle income group, and it's the same group of the Russian Federation. Here we have some highlights about Brazil. Brazil, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Peru overperformed in 2021 for the first time ever. In Latin America and Caribbean, only Chile, Mexico, Costa Rica, and Brazil rank among the top 60. Except for Mexico, few economies in this region have managed consistent to up their ranking over the past 10 years. Brazil, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Peru are innovation achievers in 2021 for the first time ever. In the case of Brazil, this distinction coincides with an upward move in the rankings to gain the 57th place. Brazil, China, India, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Turkey, and the Russia Federation are all middle income economy, hosting top science and technology clusters. And according to this figure, Brazil has been performing above expectation for level of development. And now I'd like to share some opportunities considering previous data. Brazil is lagging in infrastructure and market sophistication. However, Brazil is the only economy in the region for each expenditure on R&D are above 1% of GDP, and comparable to some European economies such as Croatia and Luxembourg, Brazil also ranks highest in the region in the indicator global corporate R&D investors, above Mexico and Argentina. And finally, I would like to say that we have a research department that has lines of research in different knowledge areas of regional, like regional development, regional economy, information technology, innovation organizations, and we are available to new opportunities of research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Rodrigo. It's a very comprehensive overview of the situation in Brazil. I'm actually, in a way, surprised that the Global Innovation Index is ranking Brazil much lower than they should. It raises a lot of questions to their methodology, especially taking into account the situation in fintech and corresponding industries. So I suppose it would be an interesting field of research. What is the real situation in Brazil in terms of innovation outside the innovation indexes? Thank you very much for a good overview and the pathways to future research. And with with this in mind, we will transfer from one innovation landscape to another. And the next speaker is the professor of the assistant of marketing department, the soon professor, full-scale professor of the department, Vladislava Noga, and her teammate, Professor Zobov. Vladislava, the floor is yours.
Good day, or maybe good evening for Russian colleagues. Today I want to present my report entitled Integration of Innovation and Education Latin American Experience. Can you see my presentation? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Now I can't.
Can you see, Sergeyevich?
Now I can, yes. Now
yes,
I can.
okay.
I hope everybody else can see it also.
I hope too. The fact that the world is shifted more and more towards economics based on knowledge and innovation, nowhere else, no doubt about it. And in this economic reality, the interconnection of information, technologies and learning with the economic performance. Moreover, intangible resources are increasingly recognized as the main sources of growth in an advanced economy. The second half of the 20th century in Latin America was marked by significant socio-economic and social political changes. The educational system in particular, there were shifts in the economy under the influence of the scientific and technological revolution and the rise of the national liberation movement in the region. A distinctive feature of the higher education system in Latin America and the Caribbean is the presence of close integration ties between universities within international or regional organizations. For example, the states of Central America have established several such organizations in order to coordinate joint action in the field of quality in higher education, accreditation, etc. Also, a characteristic feature of universities in Latin America and the Caribbean is their active participation in numerous international and regional organizations. At the state level, international cooperation in the field of education is also carried out in various associations. Among them, the Rio Group, the Andean Community, the Latin American Integration Association, Mercosur, etc. One of the most pressing problems inherent in the national higher education system in Latin America is the galloping growth of private universities. It's noted by Latin American politicians the number of private universities is growing so rapidly that governments are unable to ensure full control of the quality of the educational process in this educational institution. In some countries of the macro region, special supervisory bodies have been established. On the other hand, private universities have allowed many citizens to gain access to higher education. So, in the period from 1994 to 2015, the number of students receiving higher education in Latin America increased from 7 million up to 16 million people. Is it assumed that by 2035 there will be 16 million students in the macro region? And Latin America will come out of the third place in the world in terms of the number of students in universities among the macro region in the planet. Many Latin American governments devote more than 1% of GDP to higher education, a level typical of developed countries. Moreover, in Chile and Colombia, there has been strong growth in both expenditure per students and in university enrollment since 2008. Both the number of university graduates and tertiary institutions have been expanding steadily for decades. According to the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, more than 2 million bachelor's or equivalent degrees were awarded in Latin America in 1915, 38% increase over 2004. Most of the graduates were women. The rise in PhD degrees has been almost as spectacular, 44% since 2008. The share of PhD holders in the general population in the more advanced countries of Latin America compares well with the figures for China, India, the Russian Federation, and South Africa, but not with the most developed countries. 6 out of 10 graduates at the bachelor's level specialize in social science, compared to only about 1 in 7 for engineering and technology. This trend contrasts starkly with that in emerging economies such as China, the Republic of Korea, or Singapore, where the great majority of graduates study engineering and technology. In 1999, there was an equal share of PhD students studying social science and natural and exact science in Latin America, but the region has never recovered from the strong disaffection for the later field wideness at the turn of the century. Among students from the region enrolled the tertiary study abroad, there were 4 times as many living in North America or Western Europe as in Latin America in 2018. Although the more populous countries account for the majority of these international students, some smaller countries also have large contingents, such as Ecuadorians in USA. The highest ratio of students living in developed countries are to be found in Ecuador, Colombia, the Dominican Republic, and Panama. Some 4,000 students of Latin America origins were awarded PhDs in science or engineering in USA universities between 2008 and 2015. Although between 1/3 and half typically announced their intention to stay in the USA, identifying the number of PhD and postdocs returning from the study abroad can rival the number trained at home, as in the case of Panama. Many Bolivians, Colombians, Ecuadorians, and Peruvians choose to study in Latin America, but outside their home country. Relatively to population, Bolivia still figures high on the list, but is this time joined by Nicaragua, Panama, and Uruguay. Cuba is one of the most popular student destinations within Latin America. The UNESCO Institute for Statistics estimate that the around 17,000 students from other Latin American countries living in Cuba, 4,000 in Brazil, and around 2,000 in each of Argentina and Chile. Seems stringent knowledge networks in light of the shortage of engineers, geologists, meteorologists, and other specialists. Argentina, Brazil, and Chile have all introduced a series of financial incentives and scholarships to attract undergraduates to this strategic field. They have also adopted new scholarships to attract foreign nationals to PhD programs. In 2016, the Mexican National Council for Science and Technology and the Organization of American States jointly created a program offering 500 scholarships over the next 5 years for postgraduate education in biology, chemistry, engineering, mathematics, and physics in order to facilitate graduate students' exchange within the Americas. There is an urgent need to advance in the promotion of novel and effective solutions to improve quality of learning and promote greater inclusion and equity in Latin American education system. In this context, in 2016, the Inter-American Development Bank, together with the Ministers of Education of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, Peru, and Uruguay, promoted the creation of SUMA. Since its establishment, SUMA, the Laboratory of Education, Research, and Innovation for Latin America and the Caribbean, has set itself the mission of contributing to increase the quality, equity, and inclusion of the educational system in the region through the improvement of the decision-making process regarding evidence-informed educational policies and practices. For this purpose, SUMA works in the following areas: generating knowledge and evidence through cutting-edge research on key matters of education policy, boosting innovation in education, the promotion of practices that are innovative and have proven effectiveness, and stimulating the collaboration and exchange of knowledge between policymakers, academics, innovators, schools, leaders, and teachers. SUMA has developed an evidence through the SUMA has developed an integrated working model that promotes the mobilization of evidence through a strategy comprising 3 dimensions that interact with each other in the continuous manner. First of all, first block is systematization of evidence through the collection, classification, and synthesis of knowledge, good practices, and effective innovation. The second block is knowledge generation and innovation in thematic priorities for the region. And the third block is dissemination and scaling up through policy reports, development of guidelines for the implementation of effective intervention and collaboration work with the various key actors in the education system, ministries, quality assessment agencies, academia, innovators, principals, and teachers. The work carried out so far, the above mentioned dimensions seeks to contribute to educational innovation in the region and consider the following developments. First of all, the systematization of evidence. And the instruments of this block is map of educational innovation. 50 educational innovation initiatives made available to the educational community and decision maker. These innovations are selected after the evaluation of more than 1,000 highlighted cases worldwide. The map identifies, describes, and disseminates each of these experiences so what they can be adapted locally. And the second instrument of this block is educational practices platform, a toolkit that synthesizes global academic evidence on the effectiveness of 33 pedagogical practices at the school level. It brings together more than 10,000 individual studies through 200 meta-analysis of international evidence. In addition, it contains more than 2,000 quality studies carried out in Latin America in order to contextualize this synthesis. Its objective is to transform classroom teaching practices in order to improve the quality, equity, and inclusion of educational system. Developed in alliance with the Educational Endowment Foundation. The next block is knowledge generation and innovation, and instrument of this block is ecosystem in R&D in Latin American education. A study carried out through a network integrated 8 countries that collaborate with SUMA. The aim of this research is to present a diagnosis and policy proposal to encourage the development of adequate institutional frameworks and the national level for the promotion of the research, development, and innovation in education. The next is laboratory of experiential of innovation in the field. SUMA design and implement educational program to pilot and evaluate the impact of highly cost-effective pedagogical strategies and practices. These strategies are identified from the global evidence and adapted together with educational communities to local condition and territorial culture. Implementation, 11 implementation is carried out through school networks. This component aims to provide cost-effective contextualized programs to be transferred and scaled up by each country Ministry of Education. The next block is dissemination and the next instruments is process monitoring and impact evaluation. SUMA has a unit for process monitoring and impact evaluation of innovation educational program. This component provides information on the cost effectiveness of intervention and generates relevant evidence for decision making. The next block is dissemination and scale it up, and instrument Co plus Insight. SUMA has promoted the creation of a virtual Latin American platform to foster collaboration with the impact in educational policy. It seeks to promote the development of a fertile ecosystem of collaboration among actors from the public sector, private sector, and civil society to accelerate educational improvement in the region. Created in 2018, currently includes more than 200 Latin American members organization and 500 individual participation and researchers from the region. and regional seminars and workshop. Since 2017, SUMA has promoted and been part of more than 21 seminars in different Latin American cities. They have addressed the educational gaps that still exist in Latin America, the challenge that this generate and strategies to address them through public policies. SUMA defines innovation as a new solution that has two essential simultaneous elements: novelty and effectiveness to address a problem. Along with the problems mentioned above, most countries need more researchers. Since 2015, research intensity in Latin America has remained relatively low, with Brazil, for example, maintaining its lead for this indicator. Research intensity has recently dropped in Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico, while rising, albeit modestly, in Salvador, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Despite the Ibero-American and Inter-American networks for science and technology indicator having supported the production of statistics for more than a quarter or century, several countries don't yet produce regular data. This is true for Bolivia, Guatemala, Honduras, and Peru, for instance, as well as in most Caribbean countries. This suggests that the development of STI remains below the radar of some governments. The region is characterized by majority government funding of R&D, which is performed primarily by universities. Government investment levels are too low to provide much of a boost for industrial research. Outsourcing of innovation to other actors is becoming an option for firms, but that alone does not explain why they only perform 30% of R&D and fund 36% of it. There may be a widespread view among public and most private enterprises that investing in research and innovation is not the best way to enhance their competitiveness, and that they are investing more in the national innovation system that they are getting in return. On average, less than 1/4 of researchers are employed by public and private firms. This shows the low importance accorded to the development of in-house R&D and innovation by most countries. 3 countries buck the trends is Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. All 3 have maintained a more consistent innovation policy in recent years. Research and innovation surveys are carried out in most Latin America countries. These surveys suggest that statistics on innovation output remain either low or excessively high. The latter trend would imply some degree of on the part of firms responding to the questionnaire, suggesting on the need for new tools to collect information on innovation. According to these surveys, a higher share of manufacturing firms are engaging in forms of innovation other than R&D. More firms are carrying out processes innovation than products innovation, and just 1/10 of innovation firms are receiving public support for their efforts. More than half of manufacturing firms in Argentina, Ecuador, and Peru are innovators. These same countries are home to highest share of business investing in R&D, but the proportion does not exceed 30% of gross domestic expenditure on R&D. The main challenge facing university in Latin America is to ensure that the supply of advanced skilled professional keeps pace with the demands of knowledge economy. Although there has been an effort to develop master's and PhD programs, policies are still needed to foster student and academic mobility, as well as to strengthen international research ties. Advanced training may be one explanation for the gap with the other region in higher education in R&D. Since 2015, the number of students enrolled in Latin America university has SU is essential function as university have ceded to public pressure calling for higher acceptance rates. To cope with the strong demand, a large number of private universities have been established. The number of PhD graduates is on the rise to Latin America. However, a comparison of members of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development reveals that when it comes to science, mathematics, computer science, and engineering, 30% of PhD is obtained in these fields in France, in Canada, in the USA, but only 26% in Mexico. Even though Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico in particular have recognized that need to improve advanced training public expenditure on higher education as a share of GDP has remained inadequate. There threshold crossed for researchers' density, publication rising, but impact modest between 2015 and 2019. Scientific output is in mainstream scientific journals increased by 25%. Growth was most significant in Ecuador, followed by the Dominican Republic, Honduras, and Peru. In the case of Ecuador, in improvement the quality of postgraduate education and policies designed to attract foreign researchers to the country, universities no doubt played a key role. Uruguay increased its own output by 38% thanks to greater investment and more demand for R&D. Higher salaries may also have served as an incentive. Cuba and Venezuela are among only a handful of countries in the world which have seen a drop in the volume of scientific publications since 2011. Chile and Uruguay have the strongest publication intensity in the region, but Ecuador has shown the strongest growth for this indicator. Spain and USA are key partners for all countries, but there is also considerable co-authorship within the region. Brazil is a top partner for 13 countries, Mexico for 10 and Colombia for 4. The largest countries tend to co-author publication more heavily with the USA and Europe. Strong research networks are needed within the region to boost co-authorship further. In terms of cross-cutting technologies, there has been strong growth in artificial intelligence and energy-related research included in some of the smaller countries like Ecuador. In conclusion, I want to say that resolving the urgent need for new forms of development founded on equality and sustainability in Latin America and the Caribbean is strongly dependent on the outcome of strategic decisions currently being taken with regard to public policies on higher education, science and technology, and on the stance that governments adopt regarding participation in the creation of the new knowledge platform and learning experience. As knowledge becomes an increasingly prized but complex commodity, the state has a crucial role in developing an innovation system with broader social coverage, as do the universities themselves, which must introduce change to organizational and academic structure to achieve greater levels of social impact with a view to taking charge of innovation demanded by society. The prospective addition of innovation to the portfolio of university function is one of the most significant forces to change that the government have the scope and address the public policies in higher education. This is not a reference to commercial innovation, but to that distinct type of innovation concerned with the society, community, culture, science, and sustainability, accompanied by the production and dissemination of a new type of knowledge. Higher education must be predominantly public, free, and socially responsible, assuming a role in national and regional integration, cooperation, and solidarity, and contributing to the establishment of dynamic networks that facilitate flows, creative synergies, joint courses, created compatibility of academic credits and the general increase in educational mobility. University must take an innovative approach to refreshing and building on their existing research capabilities, in particular by consolidating a strong scientific base and strengthening the research skills of postgraduate students and conducting more extensive research activities with other stakeholders outside in the university. And finally, this notion of university of innovation with social pertinence raises the possibility of an active and dynamic social institution dedicated to training highly skilled knowledge producers and innovators committed to and responsible for social change, democracy, peace, and sustainable development. University whose very organization is founded on the principle of social value in the knowledge it produces and transfers. This concern for social value is at the root of change and formed the basis of its educational processes, creating the profile of its institution that responds to the challenges of democratic transition and development for well-being. This is finally a slide, and I thank you for your attention, dear colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vlada. Thank you very much, Professor Noga. This is, I think this is the most detailed and comprehensive overview of Latin American educational innovation landscape that I've probably seen in all my life. Can't say that I have a long life, but at least in my life, this is the biggest one. So this is very, very comprehensive. It's so detailed. Thank you very much. I have a feeling that we can write a PhD solely basing on your presentation. So that was the second one. I was especially impressed with the Brazilian Summa initiative. It seems like something incredibly up to date and especially important in the context of the innovation cooperation that we've been longing for over the last 5 years. Thank you very much for this overview, and we will proceed further with the presentation by our colleague from RUDN, Ms. Hansol Lee. Hansol, are you here?
Yeah, hello. Professor,
yes, hello. And the presentation will be dedicated to a topic slightly which is bordering with innovation, but from the down-to-earth side, which is investments in Argentina. So, yeah. Ms. Lee, the floor is yours. I can see the presentation well.
Isn't the right side that doesn't bother you? I can see the people's name on here. Is it also showing you showing your side as well?
Not really. I only see the presentation.
That's great then. Okay. Good evening, professors. Actually, I'm Hansol Lee from South Korea. But before beginning the presentation, I would like to say that I just came to Moscow not too long ago from South Korea, so I have slightly a jet lag. But it's a really honor to make a presentations which I prepare on my flight from South Korea to Moscow. So it's based on the data sets which I downloaded at the airport. So I have suffered some, international internet access. So please consider that part. But the presentation will be supplemented in the at the further. But I also want to stress that the reason I picked Argentina in particular for the South Korean who haven't been to Latin American up to now. So one of the reason is that, to tell the truth, as everybody knows that nowadays the South Korean economy is very much promising. But then we warning ourselves that economies can be disrupted at any time, and we say that see the Argentina. So that was one of the reasons intrigued me to investigate on Argentina in particular, amongst a lot of attractive Latin American countries. So the topic of our presentation today is investment barriers in the economies of the Argentina. So let's go on the research relevance and research question then. First of all, we would like to state research relevance and research question. So in the 20th century, Argentina was one of the richest countries in the world. So in 1913, it was richer than France or Germany, almost twice as prosperous as Spain, and its per capita GDP was almost as high as that of Canada. However, over the last 100 years, the country's economy dropped continuously, and which led to twice of national economic default. So in this sense, we suppose that one of the main key solutions of economic reconstruction of Argentina is that attracting foreign capitals in various industrial sectors based on the FDI-led economic growth theories. So for this paper examines barriers of investment in Argentina in particular. But beforehand, we'll briefly cover the GDP growth rate of Argentina compared to 3 other Mercosur member countries, namely Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Compared to other Mercosur member countries, Argentina showed the most unstable economic growth for the period 2010 to 2020. There have been 6 times of minus growth rate during the period, and for the recent 3 years over here, its GDP growth rate is the lowest level among the 4 Mercosur countries. Next, to look to the foreign direct investment net flows in terms of US dollar of Argentina compared to other Mercosur countries. Argentina took the 2nd place among 4 countries. However, the position of Brazil is too outstanding to be compared with Argentina, which was more than 7 times higher than that of Argentina, even in the COVID-19 year 2020. We further investigated the foreign direct investment net flows in terms of the percentage of GDP of Argentina compared to other Mercosur countries. From the figure, we can see that since 2000, Argentina is taking the lowest level alongside Paraguay. Thereby, we can say that but as considering the economic size, very modest level of FDI flow in Argentina, even compared to other Mercosur countries. So one of the key reasons of this low FDI influence in Argentina can be found that it's ease of doing business ranking. So as you can see from the figure, the ease of doing business ranking of Argentina is not stable. And recently, the business environment has been worsened for the last 12 years. In particular, its ranking have been dropped from 112th to 126th in 2019. Even compared with the other Mercosur member countries, Argentina's ease of doing business rank is the lowest level, and it takes 19th in the whole Latin American and Caribbean group. To elucidate the barriers of investment in Argentina, we came out with potential barriers based on the US government's 2021 investment climate statements, which are economic uncertainty, interventionist policies, and persistent economic stagnation. For this, we constructed the econometric model composed of FDI, net flows percentage of GDP as a dependent variable, and log of per capita GDP, US dollars at current price, and log of trade, just wait a second, percentage of GDP as independent variables. The 2 independent variables are selected to test the 3 potential investment barriers. With those variables, we constructed 3 types of tests, which are Pearson correlations test, Granger causality test, and OLS regression analysis. First, the result of Pearson's correlation test show a positive co-movement between FDI and LN capita and LN open at the 1% significance level. It indicates that FDI is positively correlated with both LN capita and LN open. While in terms of correlation between dependent variables, LN capita and LN open also shows strong positive correlation with the 1% significance levels. Second, we conducted the Grander causality test with 1 year lag. As you can see from the table, the Lowell hypothesis of LN capita does not grandeur cause of FDI is rejected at the 5% significant level. Also, the Lowell hypothesis of LN open does not grandeur cause FDI is rejected at the 5 significance level. On the other hand, the Lowell hypothesis of FDI does not grandeur cause LN capital is supported. Also, the null hypothesis of FDI does not grandeur cause LN open is supported. In this respect, the test confirmed the unidirectional causality from LN capita and LN open to FDI, which indicates that LN capita and LN open are significant factors of FDI. Finally, we carried out regression analysis. LN capita shows a positive coefficient of 0.732410 at the 5% significance level, while LN open presents positive coefficients of 0.882983 at the 10% significance level. The result indicates the statistical significance of GDP per capita and trade openness to attract FDI in Argentina. So to conclude, as shown in the ease of doing business ranks, Argentina should improve business environments by reconstructing, for instance, rigid tax and labor laws. In addition, as shown in the result of correlation, grounds of causality, and Willis regression analysis, trade openness increases FDI in Argentina. Thereby, instead of interventionism, they should pursue free trade policies by actively concluding free trade agreements, improve the level of economic integration with the Mercosur member countries, easing the custom process, and reducing tariffs. They can also consider to introduce bilateral investment projects with developed countries. Lastly, as shown in the result of correlation, ground causality, and Willis regression analysis, GDP per capita increases FDI in Argentina. Argentina should implement various policies to ensure stable macroeconomic factors based on sustainable economic growth. To do this, they can consider embark FDI product in some crucial industries, which will lead to stable economic growth to attract foreign capitals as the first priority. Also, for the foreign companies invest in those key sectors, they should provide some benefits, including tax, land, administrative procedures, and so forth. And those are the references of our research. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. This is a little bit of down-to-earth analysis of how the country should manage its own investments. This is like robust data, and I'm pretty sure that we should actually take your presentation and compose it and send it to the government of Argentina. I hope that Fabrizio will help us with this, with the time being. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we hope that you will recover from the jet lag and the horrific experience of flying all the way from one side of the planet to the other.
But then, like, Russia has a lot of adventures for me up to now, so yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
I hope you will recover from these adventures also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, we will proceed to our next presentation by Professor Gomanov, who is here. I see, yes. Professor Gomanov, you're here. He is here, was here. Let's see whether he is here. Yes, he's here. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Hello. I started to worry.
No, don't worry. I'm here.
Okay. So Professor Gomunov will give us a presentation on the EU experience for Latin American countries in the circular economy development clusterization.
So can you see my presentation and it moves? The slides are moving.
Yes, we can see it and it moves.
Perfect.
Please.
Perfect. So hello, everybody. I would like to present our research about the circular economy and the way of clusterization the countries in circular economy through object-oriented approach. First of all, we have to say that the Sustainable Development Goal can be achieved through the main idea of circular economy. So the circular economy is one of the way to move from the current linear model of production and consumption to a new, more efficient one. And there is a lot of scientific literature that discuss the circular economy as the way to make the economy more efficient. So the circular economy is an attempt to conceptually integrate economic activity and environmental well-being. It is based on reducing the environmental intensity of economic growth, reducing greenhouse gases, and reducing waste. So we concentrate our research on the principle C, the useful application of materials, recycle and recover. And the aim of our research is to make the dynamic clustering of EU countries in the application of circular economy to solve different strategic management problems and analyze the prospects for applying this approach in Latin America. So we make several tasks, and the main idea is to classify countries through the object-oriented approach, building Python libraries, and analyze the CE development in Latin America countries and the prospects for applying of this approach in Latin America. We use the follow methodology. We analyze the statistic data through different indices, and we analyze different clustering methods, and all our research of clustering is on this slide. And what we can say that the assessment of the quality of clustering by the available models you can see on this slide. Based on the statistical evaluation, it can be concluded that the most significant models are mean shift clustering, K-means clustering, affinity propagation, agglomerative clustering, birch clustering, and spectral clustering. Then we made different statistical tests, and the most preferred method for clustering countries according to the selected indicators is K-means clustering. So the selected indicators are generation of municipal waste per capita, and generation of waste, including major mineral waste per GDP unit. And what results we get? First of all, the elbow method was used to determine the optimal number of clusters. The basic idea behind partitioning methods such as Cummins clustering is to define clusters such that the total intra-cluster variation is minimized. So for the generation of municipal waste, we get 4 clusters, and for the second indicator, we get 5 clusters. To make the comparison of the clusters in different indicator, it statistically can be made the 4 clusters in both indicators. So next step was the elbow method to determine the silhouette analysis to show the separation distance between the resulting clusters. So left picture is generation of municipal waste per capita, right is generation of waste excluding major mineral wastes per GDP unit. So this plot displays a measure of how close each point in one cluster is to point in the neighboring clusters. Next slide, we see that 2 more indicators, the pipeline intercluster distance map for both indicators, and distribution of countries within each clusters. So we see that in the first group of indicators, generation of municipal waste per capita, the clusters are characterized by more excellent uniformity and even distribution within each clusters. And in turn, it's confirmed by the intercluster distance and the quantity distribution of countries within each clusters. Next stage was to see how clustering is visualized. So for this step, we use principal component analysis, or PCA. And so this is a special technique for downscaling large data sets by converting many variables to a smaller one, containing most of the information in the large data set. So this way, let us reduce the number of variables of a data set, the trick in dimensionality reduction is to trade a little accuracy of simplicity. So because the smaller data set is easier to visualize. So sorry for small letters, but this is the Python results analysis. So we can't change the size of letters on this graph. So you can see that the color of each point shows the cluster. And based on the results of clustering, we obtained more homogeneous groups. In total, 12 countries in the 0 clusters, 7 countries in the first cluster, and 14 countries in the second cluster. As a result of clustering by indicator generation of waste excluding major mineral waste per GDP unit, we also obtained the significantly different clusters. So on the right graph. From practical point of view, the conducted clustering can be considered a preliminary stage in the study of the features of the institutional and technological structure and management strategies in the field of the circular economy. Using the data obtained, we can focus on analyzing the development of circular economy processes only in that place that we need. So what about a circular economy in Latin America? So the circular economy in recent years in Latin America is also an approach to sustainable development. So you can see on this slide different laws in each Latin American countries in the field of circular economy. So the COVID pandemic has revealed significant shortcomings in the linear economy, and the circular economy offers the new alternative framework for more resilient and inclusive economic model for LAC countries. Also, the combination of circular economy and Industry 4.0 could give a powerful driver to lead Latin America countries to more efficient economic development. And on the next slide, you can see that there are a lot of opportunities from the main circular economy sectors, so extracting and mining, also municipal waste management and recycling, and circular bioeconomy. So what can we say in the conclusions? So we tried to show that the Cummins algorithm allows the division of all countries in the training sample. And it's essential feature to obtain classification through this method. So it can be modified for Latin America countries, and the scientific novelty of our research lie in the data processing of the circular economy using classical statistical techniques and methods in the object-oriented approaches. So our result is demonstrating the fundamental applicability of statistical approaches in the modern way of object-oriented approaches and the development of circular economy. So the next stage of the development of this method could be the using of such tools as GEA informational systems and get time serials models. So thank you for your attention. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a very interesting presentation. I'm actually amazed with the amount of data you have gone through to build this model. I think it's something that you should also make a separate slide about. It's such a great achievement.
About the data?
Yeah, I mean the amount of it, it's quite big. And another thought that I wanted to underline, it's really interesting that the more that your presentation is showing really well how the data is driving more and more our lives into the sustainable future. Well, at least we hope so, don't we?
Yes, we are.
We do.
Yes, we do. Sorry.
yes, we do. Let's hope that soon we will wake up in a green world. which will be run solely by circular economy. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can, I think you can stop sharing the slides. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is going to tell us about research on models, and these models are dedicated to something that the circular economy, by the way, is supposed to be fighting with as well, which is poverty in a way. Let me see, Professor Fedorenko, Yelena. Yes. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now we can hear you. Now we can see you.
Now you can see my slides, right?
Yes, we can. Please.
Yeah. I should make the slideshow, I think.
Похоже вот на это в фильме.
Yeah. So here, the floor is yours.
Have you seen my slides?
Yes, see them clearly.
Okay, and now I'm going to the slide 2. Can you see the slide number 2?
Yep.
Okay. Now, guys, good evening to everybody, all professors and all students. Thank you for thank you for inviting our teamwork to this conference, and I would like to thank my colleague, my beloved colleague, who is now conducting classes for our students. That's why she's not here, but I'm here to present the result of our team job. So as you can see, the topic of our research was models for determining the boundaries of poverty in the target audiences of the BRICS countries. There were 4 research works. The students of our course of marketing profile were making this research like in-depth interviews. And now you can see at the slide that the countries were different from one work to another. So the first research was regarding Russia, India, China, Laos, Bangladesh, and Latvia. The second was about Russia and China. The third one was about Russia, China, Italy, and Israel. And the fourth was about Russia and Europe. As you can see, not all the countries are BRICS ones, but it's interesting to look through all key outcomes which we made from these research works. So let us go more deeply in each of them. So the first research was made in of the population of Russia, India, China, Laos, Bangladesh, and Latvia. And you can see here the study object, the study subject, and what is more interesting, the study tasks, because tasks were differ from one research to another. So the study tasks of this one was to determine the respondents' perception of the concept of poverty and assess how often they encounter in life. The second task was assess the general level of awareness of the respondents about the problems of poverty in different countries. The next one was to identify factors that can be considered poverty lines. The fourth, form the most common causes of poverty in the opinion of the respondents. And the fifth, identify criteria for defining poverty. So What are the main research key outputs? You can see that the key outputs, we have here 3 different aspects. The first one was economic aspect, the second was social aspect, and the third one was demographic aspect. But in general, we can say that poverty is perceived mainly from an economic point of view. The respondents are faced with its manifestation almost every day as outside observers. The second output, the respondents from both Europe and the Asian region feel that poverty is an urgent problem of our time, which is only growing. However, there are doubts about the intentions of the poor people. The next, it was not possible, unfortunately, to determine the exact poverty line from the economic point of view, since the opinions of the respondents contradict each other. However, education definitely plays a significant role. The next, the most common causes of poverty are lack of motivation to get out of poverty, that is laziness, and lack of clear policies to combat poverty. And poverty criteria, the availability of education, the availability of material wealth, and property in some cases, the presence of motivation to get out of poverty. So let us look through research number 2, which were made of representatives of Russia and China. And here you can see the study tasks were a little bit different. The first task was to form an image of a person related to the low income strata of the population in the studied countries. The second one was to identify the factors that determine a person as poor one. And the third, to identify patterns of behavior of the poor buyers in e-commerce. You know that our students are marketers, that is why they're looking also as a marketing people, how they can communicate these words who are not so rich to buy every day some new food or whatever it is. So let us say 2 key outputs of the research number 2. I would like here to pay your attention to the fact that in general they were describing the outputs regarding this task number 3 point, like regarding e-commerce. But what is more interesting to look through social, economic, and demographic aspects. And you can see that social Russian culture is not assumed as a strong social, and respondents believe that a citizen can achieve a sufficient level prosperity even without higher education and good background. The situation of migrants in the countries of the respondents is assessed as unattractive. The country doesn't have an active migration policy supporting foreign workers. The respondents are familiar with online shopping and are not ready to give up with it, even if their current financial situation goes worse significantly. Regarding economic aspect, respondents' answers show that they are good at understanding economic situation in the country and understand the meaning of poverty in context of their region. Most respondents respond positively to marketplaces like a way to find inexpensive consumer products. This could be due to generation of the majority of respondents, people under the age of 25, they are easy communicate with e-commerce and understand what benefits they can receive from online purchases, even on a limited budget. And as for demographic aspect, in the respondent countries, there are well-known population groups with the most inclined towards poverty, the elderly and or single people. It can be concluded that the respondents' countries lack sufficient benefits for vulnerable groups of the population. That is why these groups are more likely to classified as poor population. Now we are going to research number 3, which were made. Study of the object was the population of Russia, China, Italy, and Israel. And the study tasks are determination of the respondents' perception of the concept of poverty in relation to their country, determination of the respondents' perception of the problem of migration in their country, determination of the degree of influence of migrants on the state of the economy, and identifying the criteria of poverty in the studied countries. This research was made in a little bit different way, but the structure was the same regarding demographic aspects, social aspects, and economic aspects. So as for demographic aspects, the students were asking questions about countries from which migrants arrived, age mix of the poor people, number of migrants, ratio of poor migrants to people. As for social aspects, there were poverty thresholds and income level. As for economic aspects, there were attitude towards poverty and support of the state, and what kind of outputs they come to. So in general, you can see that the first output was the image of a poor person in each of these countries looks virtually the same. This is an unemployed person who doesn't have his own home, education, untidy clothes, and general appearance. The average age of which is 40, 60 years old. The second, the problem of poverty is in developed countries is really felt by its citizens, but to varying degrees. The main reason is the lack of jobs, which aggravates the process of migration as these elements become interrelated and negatively affect the trend of increasing poverty in developed countries. The next one, the issue of migration, is acutely felt in Russia and Italy. The next one, the respondents note that the official minimum that a person should receive is not enough for the normal life of an ordinary person. It is too underestimated, and in real terms, it can guarantee the satisfaction of the minimum list of basic human needs, and even then not always. The next one, in the countries under consideration, people aged from 40 to 50 years old are more susceptible to the phenomenon of poverty. In most cases, the respondents explain this by the lack of jobs and the priority of choosing young employees. And among all countries, China can be distinguished, where people do not feel the acute problem of unemployment and poverty. This is explained by high economic indicators and the policy pursued by the state, but there is a problem of age-related unemployment as in other countries, which means that the problem has not completely gone away. So, and the last but not the least, research number 4 regarding Russia and Europe. You can see that Europe, the countries were Czech Republic, Poland, and GB. And study tasks to determine the structure of respondents' expenses, to reveal what percentage of expenses the respondents spent on social needs, which may depend on the state or country, to determine how the emotional aspect affects the consumption structure, and to compare the structure of spending with poverty, determine what a person who doesn't consider himself poor can afford. And here again, the main outputs of the research. The first one, the cost structure in Europe and Russia is very different. In Russia, most of the costs are spent on food, on average more than 50%, while in Europe, this figure is about 35%. The second, there is a big difference in social spending. In Europe, medical services are very expensive. So in the structure of expenses, they can be up to 20%. In Russia, up to 10% if you go to private clinic. But to a greater extent, people use free state services in Russia. The third output is that the definition of wealth is different. In Europe, people consider wealthy those who have additional real estate, travel frequently, and are willing to donate to charity. In Russia, these are people with an income of over 500,000 who have expensive houses, several cars, and branded clothes. The fourth, the emotional aspect plays a greater role in Europe, where respondents pay great attention to leisure and hobbies and are ready to spend more than 30% of their income on these. While in Russia, this is paid less attention. People are more likely to deny themselves. And in Russia, people pay less attention to the structure of their expenses. However, in Europe, there is more precise structure of expenses. So thus, we can say that the lower the income of people, the simpler the structure of their expenses. The majority of respondents from Russia and Europe believe that a poor person is a person who has to live in a safe mode. So that was the main results of the 4 researches. And now we can say that there are different models for determining poverty. So poverty. Poverty is a pronounced decline in welfare. The poor are those who does not have enough funds or the level of consumption of which insufficient to place them above any appropriate minimum threshold. The second model, poverty can also be linked to a particular type of consumption. For example, people may not have a home or food or proper health conditions. These measurements can often be measured directly, for example, by measuring the level of malnutrition or literacy. And the third one, the broad approach of welfare and poverty focuses on a person's ability to function in society. Often, the poor do not have key capabilities. They may not have the appropriate level income or education, or they are not healthy enough, or feel helpless and lack of political freedom. So that is why from my side, thank you very much. And here our small team, who can easily give you some answers, or if you have any questions, or you can write to us. We are open to any discussion regarding the topic.
Thank you very much, Elena. This is a very interesting topic that you presented today.
As usual.
Yes, every conference talk that you're giving leaves a deep how to say, pathway in our hearts. Yes,
Thank
so,
you.
yeah, this is a very interesting issue that for researchers done by students and that are showing that being poor is not always about money. It's about perception of who is poor and who is not.
Right, you are.
Yeah, it's interesting that I cannot forget our German student that a couple of years ago he said, "You in Russia are there are so many rich people in Russia. You have your own washing machines." And we're like, "Wow,
Yeah.
yes, like this is the sign of richness." So, and it was incredible to hear something like that from a German student. So, yeah, this is a very interesting topic. I hope that we will proceed with this topic and
I'm
maybe
sure.
make
I'm
a model.
sure. Our colleague, how to say, is eager to proceed.
Yeah, as soon as we will proceed, I think, as soon as we as soon as we think about the results and summarize them in a slightly more sustained manner. Thank you very much. Really good presentation. By the way, somehow the next presentation is a bit connected to Elena's presentation, because our next guest will speak about the opportunities of internationalization in higher education. And the next speaker is Diego Enrique Alexandre. And I'm hoping that you can hear us. You're here? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Now I can see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here, participating in this event that will certainly bring many good results of inter-institutional collaboration. My name is Diego Alexandre. I am the responsible for the International Relations Department at Unis in Brazil. And today I'll be talking about some opportunities for internationalization of higher education. So without further ado, let's get down to business. I'd like to start my presentation by briefly contextualizing the beginning of discussions on the internationalization of Brazilian higher education. Well, international education in Brazil emerged in 2011 when former Brazilian President Dilma Rousseff implemented the Brazilian Scientific Mobility Program, known as Science Without Borders. The program was modeled partially on the international education programs of other countries, specifically the US-sponsored 100,000 Strong initiative, which President Rousseff witnessed while conducting an official visit to the United States. Ultimately, the program focused their resources on enabling undergraduate study abroad under two short-term objectives. First, to ensure that students received training in the best universities abroad and developed their academic and international cultural skills. And second, to assist Brazilian universities in developing international study abroad initiatives. A report by the Brazilian Senate in 2015 indicates that the program was created abruptly and that the initial stages were marked by various problems, challenges, including low foreign language proficiency of Brazilian undergraduate students, which is still a reality in many universities nowadays. Lack of control of the academic activities of the scholarship holders, a lack of understanding of credit transferability, of course, offered by foreign institutions, and an absence of international relations offices in most Brazilian universities in the startup stages of the program. So the operation of the program, on the other hand, took place in two different ways, as there were two federal agencies that used two different approaches to apply the program's actions. The first one was CAPES, which allowed the undergraduate students to apply directly to their application system, and once approved by their home institution and by the agency, the selected students would apply directly to host institutions abroad through international agencies. And the second, CNPq, which distributed quotas of scholarships directly to Brazilian home institutions, which would negotiate with host institutions around the world and send its undergraduate students abroad. The different application approaches employed by the two agencies presented two major challenges. The Science Without Borders program required a level of foreign language proficiency that was too high for the average Brazilian undergraduate student. And also the assisted and the self-directed government approaches require that home institutions establish international relations offices to proactively connect with potential host institutions around the world and assist students with successful completion of the application process. These two initial barriers to success forced Brazilian higher education institutions to scramble to structure international relations offices and foreign language programs. The inconsistencies in the application processes between government agencies complicated the implementation of the program and created stress on the universities as they attempted to develop infrastructure to support the program, secure resources for their students, and manage student anxiety regarding study abroad. Of course, the Brazilian government saw this scenario and proactively launched national initiatives to help students learn English and gain access to the required language proficiency testing, which is usually expensive and offered in very few Brazilian state capitals. Some of the Brazilian private universities and colleges identified this scenario as a business opportunity and created low-cost ESL, English as Second Language, programs for their students. The most effective approach for advancing student foreign language proficiency was to include language programs in the actions of the international relations offices. For a few Brazilian institutions that had a pre-existing history of study abroad experiences and competencies in international education, there were considerable advantages to be realized. As you can see, the top 10 institutions with the greatest number of scholarships were public universities with prior expertise in international education. The top 10 universities that had experience in international education and a culture of study abroad programming for their students quickly mastered the processes and procedures of the Science Without Borders program, whereas other institutions, specifically private universities, worked the ground up to organize their international exchange programs. In the following years, 2013, 2016, the program achieved the mass and momentum to evolve Brazil's participation in international education. The largest distribution of grants occurred during this 3-year period, about 80,000 scholarships distributed, totally more than 100,000 since the program's inception. The leading country in receiving Brazilian students was the United States, with more than 30% of the total scholarships. One of the objectives of the Science Without Borders program was to evolve national industry by providing a pipeline of young professionals who had obtained international experience. The question whether Brazilian students will make a positive contribution to the development of Brazil's science and industry is yet to be realized. many foreign companies operating in Brazil did create apprenticeship and internship positions for students that participated in study abroad. However, the 2015 Senate report did not specify how many students have obtained positions with those companies. Well, as the person responsible for the International Relations Department at Grupo Unis, I can say that our institution faced great difficulties in implementing internationalization. In addition to those previously mentioned challenges that have been faced by the federal agencies, we can add a few more to the discussion. Most of our students, faculty, and administrative staff did not speak another language. Most of our students were working students who work during the day and study at night. And most of them are low-income students that could not afford study abroad programs. That said, we started a search for self-knowledge so that we could understand the profile of our institution and so that we could look for universities around the world that had a similar profile. After some benchmarking, meetings, trips, and visits, we created an international cooperation network called ACINET, which brings together universities that are interested in developing joint internationalization actions. The network has been active since 2014 and includes the participation of universities from at least 8 different countries. The network works through the principle of reciprocity, in which everything that is offered by one of the partner institutions through a bilateral agreement is also offered by the other partner institution. And this offer can include benefits such as tuition waiver, free accommodation, paid internship, bureaucratic assistance regarding visas, airport transfers, language classes, and so on. So this has been the flagship of the Unis group ever since. The institution has developed bilateral agreements around the world. We've created double degree programs. We've signed up for funding projects like Erasmus and so on. But then last year, the pandemic turned everything upside down. In my opinion, the pandemic clearly illustrated the need to change the values that govern the way our higher education system works, to put the common good above all other considerations. And it is in this sense that we have been working here. We are increasingly engaged in collaborative projects with partner institutions so that both institutions can grow, develop, and benefit from the projects. So when the pandemic hit us, we created a program which we called the Global Competence Program, which among the various objectives we outlined, I will highlight some of them here. As you can see, provide democratic, free, and inclusive access to education globally, enable the exchange of researchers, professors, technicians, and students also virtually, create specific international agreements for research and development, as we have been doing, develop global and cross-cultural skills, foster a culture of internationalization, and promote spaces for practice and communication in foreign languages, which was also a great pain that we had and still have. So we really bet on global cooperation. We created COIL courses, mirror classes, global classes, online subjects offered in English, international webinars, and video conferences, project seminars, and an online language center with classes in Spanish, English, and French. We launched a podcast and a videocast in order to foster the culture of internationalization among the academic community, among some other things. And just to give a more specific example here, one of the programs that has really impressed us is the COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning. I'm going to talk about a specific case, one to set as an example. We created a COIL course in partnership with an Indian university on global workplace. Online classes took place twice a week through a digital platform with professors and students from both institutions collaborating and working together. The most interesting thing about this course is that we open enrollment for students from other partner universities, and in the end, we had 40 students in an online classroom and 5 different time zones working together. because we had students from 6 different countries, from Brazil to Japan. I don't even need to say how rich this experience was, having such a great diversity of cultures within the same classroom, in which students didn't even have to leave their homes to participate. So I wanted to say that for internationalization to embody inclusion, various economic and social political contexts across the world must be confronted, particularly issues arising from policies that exclude the vast majority of the student population across the world, because it is clear that most internationalization practices can only reach a very small population of mainly elite students and universities. Pressing for more responsible internationalization implies offering equal opportunities and horizontal reciprocity between partner institutions and expanding internationalization beyond the numbers offered by the mobility of incoming and outgoing students. So to finish my talk, I would like to say that is in the sense of collaboration and inclusion that I believe that universities in Brazil and Russia can come closer and closer, creating programs that can benefit both institutions, and that the education of the BRICS countries can walk and grow together. Well, I think that's it. Thanks again for the opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, either here or later on by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Alexandre. This is a very inspiring presentation. I mean, it's always inspiring to see how universities from all over the world are seeking for ways of connecting students with each other and showing them around the world, showing them that the world is not just one country. There's a lot of things to learn and lots of interesting people to work with. The previous talk with Professor Fedorenko, this research was done with the efforts of students predominantly, and because they were doing the questionnaires, and it was a mutual work of students from several countries. So I'm hoping that maybe such researches could be developing more and more and become more and more usual between all BRICS countries, and Russia, Brazil, maybe all countries all together. Imagine what kind of research we could do in this case. So the examples that you're providing are really inspiring. That's the word I have in my head. Thank you very much. Really interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we will proceed to the finalizing presentation of our conference. And so Professor Felipe de Oliveira, and we will be finalizing with the innovation councils in Brazil. Professor, are you here?
Hello,
yes.
I'm here.
Hello. Yes. Oh, you have the best background today. It's
1 second, please.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. So, thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference here. My name is Felipe. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And I had the opportunity to know the people's the People's University in the Russian in 2017. And this theme of the presentation today, it's an important theme from Group Unis and believe in from the People's Universities too. I will talk about the Brazilian business conscious, how the companies and universities relationship during the process of the business and the development on the community. The start point is the university walls must be built and the companies are attracting to the campus. This phrase is the start point to understand how the business, how the companies must be relationship with the university. We have several difficulties. We have several difficulties to understand the students and the soft skills. The university and the companies need to make together these projects. Some highlights. Brazil is divided in North, Northeast, Midwest, Southeast, and South. We are localization in the South America. Our population is more or less around the 210 million peoples. Is the similar of the Russian. Brazil's GDP in 2012 was 1.44 trillion, the similar the Russian too. So our country is very similar to make cooperation in the population and the GDP. Brazil ranks in ninth in the World Economic Ranking. So how make the projects with companies and university? The word in the company, the word in the university can be different, but can be similar too. The Brazil, this economic activity is the main economic activity in Brazil is agriculture, mines and deposits, and industries. This is the main activity. The companies in Brazil, it's very, very high, very strong. So why innovate? Innovate from the Greek is don't repeat. It's necessary to be creative. It's necessary to be very innovating our process to make different things. But here in Brazil, we have some difficulties. The first difficulty is national misalignment of the global competitiveness hubs, on lack of the public and private planning bureaucracy. In the another ecosystems around the world, we don't see bureaucracy in the process. For example, China and Israel, for example. In Brazil, we have a tax system so complex. We have a hypertrophy of the controls and penalization for failed entrepreneurs. So the business council here in Brazil is making innovation ecosystems. Who is in the innovation ecosystems? Companies, habitats, communities, investors, public sectors, student and university, startups. The students and universities together, the companies, it's so stronger to develop these innovation ecosystems. In the education sector in Brazil, it's so bigger. For example, in 2019, we have more or less 205,037 universities. So complex the system in the higher education in Brazil. We have a university, many specials, obligatory scientific researches, obligatory postgraduate students and doctorate, and at least 130 faculty members with PhD degree. We have 2 university centers and we have 2 colleges. So the different and the public universities and the private universities, the public universities today are public institutions, do not charge tuition fee for national or international students, but demand profound knowledge of the Portuguese. Subsoil students agriculture, paleontology, ocean, space, and traditionally a sphere of the public institutions. The public institutions do fundamental science requiring solid investment and resources laboratories. In the private university, we can see private institutions charged to each, but have high flexibility, quick decisions making, and strive to development. Private institutions have traditionally strong reputations for law education. 16% more or less of our students in Brazil studying law in private sectors, and all for social science, 39% more or less. Private institutions invest a lot into training equipment, distance learning, professional equipment, virtual libraries, computer programs. Private institutions demonstrate an increasing quality, grow each year 18, 81, 84, until 88%. Private institutions do research mainly in social science and IT. Private institutions implement many social projects. In Brazil, we have more private institutions than public universities. So, the innovation ecosystem worldwide and some companies in the United States, for example, happening with university, but with the company. Google, Apple, Facebook, Netflix was born into the university. They shine the same. Xiaomi, Alibaba, Tencent, and have a relationship with the university. In the Israel, we have a public investment in the ecosystem in Israel, but we have the relationship with the university with the companies. In Brazil, it's not different, but our history is so recently. We have a young near of the around the world, around another countries. In Brazil, we have a Cubo, is a ecosystem private from the Itaú Bank. We have a CAT, is a private and a public ecosystem, is located in the south of the country. We have a Porto Digital, is localization in the northeast in the country. And we have a CESULAB. CESULAB is in the southeast in the Brazil, the city of the Varginha, where the Grupo Unis is localization. And the CESULAB is a hub innovation, the south of the Minas, has a proposal to make a project with the companies to development in the local and the regional business. How can this city be able to generate wealth, export value, attract talent, and improve the quality of life of this population? So CESULAB make network and different university and the different companies to make a project to development the future of the business. We have a calendar of the events, startup showcase, courses, code school, thematic groups like diversity, like women's power. We have a co-working space here. On process in the incubator and accelerator for the startups, investment trade shows, and a maker space to prototype your idea. We have a business verticals. Business verticals are segments that are led by major players and will receive startups that solve market pains. These companies are thinking the future of your business. We have education verticals, we have a finance verticals, mobility, logistics, international trading, law, insurance, and we have GovTech verticals. The Gov of the Varginha, the city, inside in the ecosystem, they think how this bureaucracy, your process, and how together the provided initiatives can be disinvolving the projects improve our life in the peoples. Show some numbers, more or less 125 companies around the states, plus 5,000 people in projects. We have several projects together with the public sectors, and more or less $2 billion received together these companies. And how innovation should happen in your community? Here we work with the theory, the organization industry. So we look the internal factors, how improvement of the process relate to the company's main product or service, but we look to the external factors, beyond the opportunities that make offer or demand. It's a organization ambidextrous. Look in the internal factors and the external factors. Here we work with the three horizons of the innovation. It's a methodology from McKinsey. It's a word methodology, and the horizons. And the H1, look for your core business. H2, emerging business. And H3, look for moonshot of your business. How they work in the horizons? The horizons, the H1, operators extend the core of the business. Here you put 80% of the money and the time in your business. H2, business builder, develop new opportunities. Here you put 15 the money and the time to develop new products or new service. And H3, visionaries create viable options. Here you put 5% of money and the 5% your time to develop a new project. So, like I said, we localization in Varginha, south of the Minas Gerais. Varginha is a small city near of the Belo Horizonte, capital of the Minas Gerais, near of the São Paulo, and we have today more or less 75 startups development in Varginha. These startups, Conheça Mais, iPass, Simplifica, Weezer, SharkDev, Guias, already receive investment to develop your business to connect with the verticals in the hub, the innovation. So thank you very much for attention. I have a proposal. We would like to build innovation in the world through the peoples. This is my email, Felipe at cesulab.com.br. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. So it's a very interesting example of how Brazil is managing its innovation system and business system and everything combined. It's always interesting to see how national governments are constructing these hierarchies of drawing and creating innovation at all levels. It's really interesting version of it, and there are a couple of ideas already I see here that can work out on the international level, especially Brazil-Russia. So it's good that you provided your email right now, because there'll be some emails dropping there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
We keep contact.
Yes, yes. Okay. So that was a finalizing presentation of our today's session. And so to actually conclude all these presentations, I would like to give the floor to the head of the marketing department of the economic faculty of RUDN University, and then as a follow-up, the vice dean for international relations of the economic faculty. So first, please, Professor Zobov.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you very much. Dear Russian colleagues, good evening. Dear our Brazil colleagues, good day. Our conference is finished. I think, it is my opinion, our reports, our presentation is very professionality and very interesting. I think in the future, this conference is more and development, because I'm very pleasure for the presenter, our experts, and in our difficult times, I think more successfully and more health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zobov. And let me give the follow-up to Ms. Degtyaryova, to our Vice Dean for International Relations.
Okay, dear participants, I was today with you during the whole conference, during the whole day, the whole half of the day in Russia. And on behalf of Faculty of Economics of RUDN University, I want to thank you for our fruitful discussion today. It was rather long, but very useful, and it really had international dimension. All of us had a great possibility to listen representative of different countries and to share different points of view. And we got many interesting facts about problems and about challenges of economic cooperation between Russia and Latin America region in the frame of also our scientific project. So thank you for your work, for your attention today. And we also invite everybody to our forum tomorrow, Forum BRICS countries. We will send a link to everybody today's evening. And we will be glad to see you tomorrow and at our possible events in future. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Degtyaryova. And also I would like to specifically thank our Unis group colleagues, Professor Yursky, Fabrizio. Thank you very much for organizing the half of this and the predominant half of this. Thank you, Professor Rodrigo, Professor
Thank you very much.
Diego.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Very interesting talk on. I've learned a lot of new things today about Brazil, so many things. Thank you very much. And I guess this is the end of our today's Festival of Scientific Knowledge. So thank you very much for your participation, and hope to see you tomorrow and in our future events as well.
Thank you.
Yes, the future communications, the future communications.
Thank you very much. Let's keep in touch. Okay. So bye-bye. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
See you later.
See you, yes. See you. See you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pedro. Bye-bye.